Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it may be, wherever you may be. 'Tis I, Captain Madlove, coming at you live and in person. How is everybody out there today? And what is up on this fine technical Tuesday? Hey, Blade Mark, what is going on? The scrolling, and I don't know if they see it the same, but is like right on my face. Okay. Ooh, that's a hard color to read over there on that dark. That is Mini Mommy. Did I get it? Hello. How are you doing? How are you doing? We are here to paint some green and some Necrons today, and maybe do a little bit of work on this fine fellow here. This little antique that I have. I'm feeling like a. You know, I don't know. I didn't really like the coverage of the scale 75. That's 3 coats over black, and I can it still has brush strokes in it, and I can still see the black primer. But I don't know. That just could be that you gotta have good coverage first. What's going on out there with you guys? Got my little Necron babies here so that we can match up some colors. I know for sure this is one of them. Gotta put it. Oh, I forgot to put the ink pots out. That I most certainly did. You can take the sub goal down because it is incorrect, and change it if you like. I believe we're at 48 of 100. Oh well, maybe it's YouTube sub goal. The YouTube sub goal. Are you guys painting? Are you painting today, Blade Mark? Or are you putting together? You doing the assembly thing? Assembly thing? How about you, Mini Mommy? What you doing? Hey, Jacob. How you doing? What's up? You know you are always so busy in Sauce's channel that I just didn't think you had time. It is so nice to see you here. And who's out there watching me from YouTube? Thank you. Get those YouTube hours up. I'm half tempted to sit down and watch all my videos on YouTube. But it's my IP address, and they might get suspicious of that, you know? But we're not allowed to watch ourselves. Apparently that doesn't count. Powder Monkey Jacob reporting. You're such a busy individual. Jacob, I have to tell you something. You are so handsome. I want you to know that. You are dashing. I just saw a picture of you. I think, your Instagram. My Instagram has been acting. Oh, I'm so happy. That makes me happy, Jacob. I like you. I do. I'm glad you're going to be around a little more often. Yeah, my Instagram has been really acting the ass, you guys. So like I went to follow somebody that I remember pressing. It was last year though that I remember following last year, and it said I wasn't following. I was like, oh, are you kidding me? Oh, really, Blade Mark? Well, whoa, hey Pascal, what is up, mate? Did you see this little antique that I have? I mean, it's not mine. I'm painting it for somebody else. Remember Fabius, my friend that passed away in December? He sent these home with me. I met him, his brother recently, and his brother sent a couple of antiques home with me to give a little paint and a little love. And this is one of them. So well. Okay, then other people think that too. Yes, you are quite a handsome gentleman. You really are. And I just had to let you know that. Because I just recently saw your picture, I think, on Instagram. Sometimes it's hard for me to make it in there and look at anything but, you know, the minis. And every once in a while I think, gee, maybe I should look at the person who paints the minis, you know? We are working on some Necrons today, Pascal, and I'm going to work on this guy, and I wanted to find the other one. He should be right here on my desk, but for some reason things got a little cray-cray. because we got invaded by Necrons. It happens, you know. It happens to the best of us. Well, I know it was here at one point. Too. Oh, he'll turn up when you're not paying attention, Pascal. He'll turn up. No. Okay, Pascal. Yes, I know I don't know a lot about the game. I got that. Yes. This, you sass. This is an old Eldar. And he is made out of, like, I don't know. You know, they say he's made out of pewter, but he's not bendable at all. He doesn't bend. The parts don't, and oh my gosh, this model was so clean. Like there was 2 little places on his gun rod that had a little bit of a mold line, and that's it. That's it. No, I know he's not a Necron. I've got my Necrons here. This is an Eldar, or an old, much older one. And actually his name, oh, I did know his name, but I forgot it. But he's a dragon elite. Nah? No. No, this is an original. This is an original, Pascal. This Corbias's brother and he used to play when they were younger, and he brought all of the dragon something.
He's a fire dragon aspect.
Fire dragon aspect wear.
Phoenix Lord.
He's the Phoenix Lord. That's what he is. I had that all figured out, but he brought this whole carrier with 2 layers of all of his this Eldar army. It was amazing. He had like 5 or 6 little troop, little 5 or 6 that were in a troop, and there was like about 15. I think there's like about at least 10 different types. They were so cool. Oh, for some of the older ones, Blade Mark, that might be what it is, because he's super heavy and he doesn't bend. Like, like pewter's really bendy. Pretty much just crazy. Absolutely, absolutely crazy. I was really admiring it. And his little friend, who is also, oh, you know what? His little friend might be over. There he is. There he is. Here's his little friend, Pascal. That's what he looked like. Ooh, why did a little orc face come up on my screen? That was kind of cool. There we go. Oh, well, you are so welcome, Jacob. You are so welcome. You are. Yeah, you need to allow compliments to flow through you, because it makes people who are giving the compliment, when they give you a compliment and then we throw it back, which is something I used to do all the time. Not like throw it back, like, be mean about it, but just like, oh, this old thing, or, well, no, I still have, 20 pounds I have to lose, or, whatever. But basically you're degrading the compliment that another person has offered. I learned from a psychoanalyst that when we do that, we are actually, we are not accepting their opinion. We're disrespecting their opinion. And I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah, because it's their opinion, and then you just throw it back. So you need to learn how to take a compliment. I actually took therapy in it, because I was just really rude. I mean, if you complimented me, I still have a hard time with when you compliment my artwork. I'm getting a lot better at it, but that used to be a real thing for me. I was more comfortable when people were not liking it and making comments about it that were negative than I was when they would say something positive. Really weird. Anyway, so yeah, these guys are really something sexy. And I was in here telling everybody. Now these, I'm gonna paint these, really nice for him, not doing the up just above tabletop thing. But these Necrons, so I don't know if you were in here, but Ado was in here, Pascal. Were you in here when I was telling everybody about how much time you guys shaved off my my painting. So I was at 3.5 hours before I started trying to shave time back, right? And then I got to 2 hours was the best that I could do. Then you and Ado came in and we had that very intense conversation about knowing when to let go. And I shaved 30 minutes. So I'm at an hour and a half. Yes, I'm at an hour and a half. And the one that I did in an hour and a half, yes, 30 minutes, but that's not the best part. I shaved 30 minutes while I was streaming, Pascal. While I was streaming. So in that stream, I kept track of all the minutes that I painted on it. And when I added them all together, it was an hour and a half, which means I haven't tried it yet. But if my understanding of the way I paint stands true, that means I might have my goal of 1 hour or under. On a Necron, my goal is 45 minutes. Now that's after they have been to the airbrush booth. So they've got their primer, their base color, and the little bit of white underglow, and then the green overglow, all done by airbrush. That takes me about 30 minutes for a whole batch of them, like somewhere between 20 to 40, right? So once that's all done, I'd like it to be about no more than 50 minutes on a Necron. That's just enough time to me. So I was down to an hour and a half while streaming and talking. Yes, so this is the one that I did. This one here that I did. Let me focus them in for you. This is the hour and a half guy. I actually like him better. Now, there's a few things that everybody likes better about the other one, but we have to account for time, right? So everybody likes the chest plate on this one better and the eyes better. Now, the chest plate, the only reason that chest plate is painted like that is because his chest was full of super glue. Because remember, these are scrap parts. So I painted the chest so that you didn't see that there was a problem. But everyone likes that chest plate. They think it's pretty. But that chest plate, because there's a gun here and everything, if the gun hadn't been glued in place, I might have been able to do that. So like the guys do we have any? You know where I have where they're this way. Where I leave the arms loose. So if I left the arms loose, I might be able to get that style of chest plate in there. But lining it up, because, you know, it's got all the little extra glow line, is a little bit of a pain in the arse. So they liked his chest plate better, but I like this one better. I feel like this one, you know, the glowy eyes wouldn't take any more time either or. Everybody likes these really buggy glowy eyes though. The geek likes these though. Oh, you do too? Okay. Well, you know, if you like them, then we just got to do it. So these are actually just, it's these eyes. You paint over these again with the white dot, right? Then you put another layer of orange in there, and then the orange goes over the black, and then instead of such a light glow on the face, you add a little more glow on the face. That's all. Probably wouldn't take, but you know, maybe a couple extra minutes. That's it. But I liked the way his gun came out better. You know, it's brighter. I liked the way the tubes came out better. I tightened up the color. I even like the ribs better with a little bit of black in the edge like that. They said they had kind of a grim dark feel to them, and I thought that was a really cool compliment because, you know, it's really popular right now. So I was like, oh, really? Huh. I think we'll stay on this track. So yeah, it was a really good conversation, Pascal. Like, totally and absolutely awesome. As soon as we get the, oh, hang on. I got an itch. Little fluffies. As soon as we get the setting up and running, we got to get the new studio up and running. And when we do, I'm gonna be doing some interviews. And I definitely want to interview you about that exact subject that we talked about, because I think it would help a lot of people. I'm gonna contact you about. I'm gonna do the video as well, the YouTube as well. I'm going to do that because so many people had asked me. But then, yeah, we can also do an interview where you give your input on that. Hello, Pixel Props. Hey, hi. Did you get my message? I can't find you on Instagram, mate. I can't find you on Instagram. Am I spelling it wrong? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, you are? Oh, no, it's totally cool. I love that, Pascal. Let's get to the painting part. Definitely. I love the painting part. Okay, so we're going to do something different with these guns, but I'm still going to go kind of the short route on these guys. This guy's going to be the exception. We're painting him for Bias's brother, so we're going to give him, you know, fancy. We're going to be fancy. You know, blending and all that good stuff. But I wasn't too sure about the coverage. That was the scale 75. And so I pulled out the Reaper today. Okay, great. If you could send me your Instagram link, I just want to make sure I'm following you. I thought I recognized your hat. I was pretty sure I was following. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And welcome, welcome. And for everybody who's out there, so it's Tuesday. That's not what I'm here to tell you, but on Technical Tuesday, if you guys want to share your Instagram or your Twitch channel, I am well, Pixel. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to do a little Necron. We're doing above tabletop painting. I've been shaving my time back on the miniatures. I want to get this level of quality, but I don't want to spend more than an hour per guy, because that's max. So I've been working on that. I've shaved it to an hour and a half. And, but I think if I was not streaming, I could hit that hour for sure. Because that's an hour and a half while streaming. So, yeah, if you guys want to share your information or you have pictures of recent works that you want me to see or you want to share with folks, you can just put it in the chat today. I am going to break out another test brush. We're going for another one. 3 and 4. I kind of like the look of these. Let's see. I got to put the number down. Be sure to do that so that I know what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. 3 and 4. Okay, so this is 4. Right? No. Ooh, way to go. Hey, hang on just a second. Geek, will you do me a favor? Could you make sure that that and this numbers match up for me just really quick so that I know which brush I'm pulling? I want to make sure I get the right information to them. How you doing, Wavy?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, we're pulling another brush out for testing. Little bit smaller, but than I'm used to using. You guys, how you doing, Wavy? How you doing? Yeah. Oh, and I started some non-metallic metal. Like, you know, getting serious with it, and you know, that's a boy. Telling you what. Interesting, very interesting. I figured out what I was doing wrong and why I wasn't getting what I wanted out of it. Apparently, there's this whole sloppy phase it goes through that I never knew anything about, and I'm OCD, so I'm trying to blend everything on planet Earth before it's time to blend. How you doing today, Wavy? How's the body? How's your body, Wavy? Okay. Let's see now. All right, so we got some new guys. We got these guys, but I don't really want to shift gear yet. Although I think it might kind of be a little bit fun too, because we have these guns that we've done. And I do have their glue in glowies. But I thought maybe we'd grab like 4, right? So I'm thinking I got a little dowel, not dowel, but I don't know if you would call it a dowel if it is square in shape. Then what's it called? A piece of wood. I got a piece of wood at Lowe's, and I'm gonna make a little makeshift holder to be able to do rows of them, because I think that if I line them all up also, I'm gonna definitely shave time, because that's how I do them on a Lazy Susan in the airbrush booth, and it saves a lot of time. So let's do 5. Let's see, let's try 5. We'll do 2 of these guys with the fancy schmancy guns. Here we go. Here's another one that's got some paint. And then 2 with no, or 3 with no rods. So we have to glue the rods in after. So these 3 guys have no rods. And then these 2 guys are immortals. So we kind of got a little variety. You have chocolate-covered goblins everywhere. I can only imagine. All right, so let's see. We could do this and this, but then those guys would be in the way. Let's see. Or, well, I do need some ink cups because we are going to need, let's see. We're going to use a little Procryl. Now, Procryl doesn't particularly love the wet palette too much. It gets a little freaky on the wet palette. So, generally, I will put, and I forgot to do this. That one seems to be okay. I've got some paper towel in here, but I usually dry up one side of it a little so that the Procryl doesn't have so much trouble with the wet palette. It looks actually today like the Reaper's having a heyday with the wet palette.
Help you, little one?
I don't know really if it needs to go out. It went out just as you were coming up, and it went out this afternoon to do its afternoon deed, but it might be. I'm going to put a little piece of extra paper right here. I just don't want the red, when the red bleeds through to my sponge, yeah, red is so intense, and then everything looks red. Well, hello, Bobcat, did you always have a 42 after your name? Oh, that might be a YouTube thing. Thank you, Bobcat, for the YouTube thing. And who's raiding us? Raven Roost. You guys give some love to Raven Roost. Go give a follow. For sure, for real. Yeah, do that. Shatter today. Because it's chocolate covered up. But wait a minute now. Is your body hurting because you ate too much chocolate? Hello, Solo. Thank you for the follow. Hello, Raven. How are you doing? We are putting some color out for our Necrons, and I've got my little antique guy here too. That's the fancy schmancy guy. No, Jacob, we don't defend. We bring them in, and we get them drunk on our saucy rum, and then we claim them for our own, so that our pirate ship crew can grow. The more we grow, the more we can pillage, the more booty we get, Jacob. Oh, you did great. It raided. It made lots of noise. Did you guys hear the noise? And today, we don't have any a whole lot of modding that goes on. Yes, that's how we do. The more pirates we have, the more booty we can get. Right? Now, some would say the more booty we have to share, but the truth is, the more pirates you get, the more booty you get. And the more rum stores we have. Yes, very good. All right, so, Miss Raven, you can, if you will shout yourself out in the channel, people will go give you a follow. All right, let's see. So lots of greens. I was using a little bit of this Green Stuff World Intensity ink. Hey, Scarlett, how you doing? Okay. I have to tell you guys in case, like, and especially you guys watching from across the pond, you need to know this. It's very important. I am going to put it on my Instagram. I am going to update Twitch, okay? I want to tell you guys while everybody is here in this group, because I know as we move forward, it's going to the people will change today as the hours get later. This is the last Tuesday that I am streaming at this time, okay? Yes, you most certainly may, Raven Roost. Of course you may. You can definitely have that with your rum. So it's not the last Tuesday I'm streaming. Technical Tuesday is changing time slot. Doing very well, Scarlett. Thank you. We are moving the time slot on Tuesdays Eastern. Now we're talking Eastern Standard Time, right? So keep in mind that some of you guys are way ahead of me and I'm ahead of some of you guys, right? So we are changing the time 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Tuesdays. So mark your calendars, Scarlett and Raven Roost, make sure to mark your calendar. Jacob, I will be here earlier. And the same thing, Pascal, I will be here earlier. So it will be 10 to 2, maybe 10 to 3 if I got a good run in me. But basically, I will be starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That might actually work out better for some of you guys across the pond, and that's why I'm doing it. Yes, that's why I'm doing it, to make one of my 3 streams better for the people across the pond. Because, you know, my streams, it's like midnight and 2 in the morning sometimes. So I wanted to put one in a slot where you guys from across the pond. Yeah, okay. Oh, you're across the pond. See that? I thought that maybe if I started at an evening slot for you guys, that it would give you the opportunity to be able to not be exhausted at the end of the stream, maybe hang out for a whole stream, and it would be really nice because I do have quite a few people that come from across the pond. And so I decided to go ahead and also I need one evening, at least one in a week, where I get done early and I can just take in a movie, have a salad, and all the rest of the week is crowded with all this stuff. So see, that works out. Does that sound pretty good, Solon? Yeah, okay. See, that works out really good. That works out good, I think. Yeah, okay. Well, that makes me really happy. So this is the last Tuesday that we're going to be streaming at this time. And then we're going to move to the 10 to 2 slot. And if everybody marks their calendar, I will put alert out on the Instagram. I will also put it on my, my regular Instagram feed. I will put so that you guys don't forget. But I really wanted, I've been contacted by quite a few people that are across the pond asking me about that. So rather than doing a longer stream and backing it up, we just put the stream in a new slot. Okay, let's get down to business. Let's get some white out here. Let's see, not white out as in white out, when you white out the page, but there we go. That red is actually for not for the Necrons. It's for our little friend here. And like I said, today is Technical Tuesday, so we usually don't have the people doing a lot of modding. So please feel free to share your information with each other. And pictures, if you want to put pictures out too. Let's see, there's a neon yellow that we're using.
Where's the caboose? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering
Hello,
caboose.
Nefarious. Hi, Dave. Okay, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. EST is 3 p.m. to 8. Okay, yeah. That sounds good, Salon. So, we'll just go with solo. Does that sound good? Is that pretty commonly used? What's up, Dave? We're back at our crons today. We've got a good group in here. I'm changing my hours on Tuesday, Dave. So 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. is going to be the guaranteed slot. 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. if I'm having a good run of it, okay? But I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be doing an earlier stream on Tuesdays because Geeks hours have been running long, and Tuesday's a really good day to cut out a little bit early. And people are in the UK were asking me if maybe I would consider a morning stream. And I see Neko out there, and use your wood. How are you, my friend? We're going to put a little bit of my Lead Belcher custom mix in a little ink pot over here. I have these little ink pots. I'm working on designing one of these for you guys for your desks, just to let you know. One of these little ink pot holders. Okay. Keep the ink off of your wet palette. And certain colors that get really crazy. Like, you know, this one, for example, custom mix. Did I want you to pre-drill holes in place in silver bronze tubes in the angled bases? The trivet is complete. Oh my goodness. Use your wood. You were not there. I did cry. You were right. That is such a beautiful gift. Thank you. I was so touched. Let's see. Well, you know, use your wood. Why don't you just not drill them? And let's go ahead and drill them. Yeah, just go ahead and drill them. I mean, don't put the rods in them. You can send the rods with them, but don't put them in, just in case, okay? Just in case. Oh, excellent, Dave. That's good to hear. Yeah, because I'm not sure where I'm going to use them. I'm not positive about that. Let's see. Oh, we need a little bit of this crazy, like, yeah, so we have these little ink pots. Hang on. And they're under the desk. But they help with the inks. Also, I find putting the metallics sometimes on the wet palette, depending on which type you're using. So like this is a metallic ink. It's a little bit more liquid, and I don't like it to get away from me. And also I don't like my, oh, Neko, you can lurk on me anytime you want to, sweetheart. How are you, my beautiful big-eyed princess? How are you? I was thinking about you when I did my eyes today. I have kind of an Egyptian thing going on with my eyes. Hold on. Let me show Neko. See the double eyeliner? Well, you know what, Dave? That's such a great place to start, though. It broke Friday. Oh, boo. Boo. Yeah, I'm excited. I've got some plinths coming from Use Your Wood, you guys, and I'm really excited about it. They're custom, really. And one that he's owed me for like a year. That's okay. I've still got Valentine's Day, 2019. No, because 2019 is when Dave, is 2019 when I started. Oh yes, my RoboSquig is doing really well. I'll finish him up for you guys. Let's finish him first. That's a good idea. I've just got to touch up that weld line. I did the weld line and painted it black. There it is. Now I'll show you guys how we make that look like a weld line. Like it's got all that texture, right? So we'll just take a scrappy little brush. Usually one that's a little flat, and it's generally kind of scrubbed up a little bit. Oh, you're so cute in your collar of shame, honey. You're such a good little puppy. Anything? I'll be so glad. Oh, you guys, tonight is the last antibiotic for Hammy. So But I wasn't streaming in February. What have you got? 2 years, 19 hours. I was streaming in March. So Valentine's Day 2020. She's a good pupper. She's being pathetic because she has to wear her foam collar. But tonight when she gets her dinner, it's her last antibiotic. Thank goodness. And hopefully the itching will stop and she will feel better. Hello, noob. How you doing? Lord Zephyrius, it's nice to see you in here. So we've got this little weld line, Raven. And what we're going to do, this might not even be thin enough. I'm going to even go thinner. You want to find a little brush, it's ugly brush that has like a little bit of a fuzzy tip. Okay. And then we're going to dip it into, this that I have here is my custom lead belcher. And you want to kind of dry it off, not where it's quite a dry brush. Yeah, I know, cone puppers, right? Hi, Nebula. Welcome in. And so the first thing I did was I took black and I made it very thin. Aw, Dave. She's more like butthead Hammy. It's nice to see you in here, Wavy. So, Wavy, you got that about Tuesdays, right? Starting early on Tuesdays. So, that'll be better for you too, I think. At least one day. Oh, that's wonderful. Your minis are coming along quite well, noob. I'm excited to see when you put the parts on them. My face cam is too low. Is that because my boobs are showing? I haven't touched it. Or is it? No, it's the same as it always is. There's the paint rack. There's Hammy. Oh, awesome, noob. We see from the nose up.
I don't know what Dave's talking about.
Dave.
Are you drunk, Dave?
Are you giving me a hard time? It's the same for you? No, Nebula says the same. You see me from here up? That's so weird. Are really? You can see all of my head, Pixel set.
No, look what everybody says I need it from you.
Oh, what is doing that? Are they being...
It's not us.
Oh, are they're being serious though?
Everybody's fine except Dave.
Okay, okay. Hi, Paint.
Sit down.
Boobs to visor. Is that there? Okay, thank you, Wavy. That's about right. Is usually where it's at. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So back to our little guy here. Paint Monkey, I know you're gonna want to know we're changing Tuesday's schedule, 10 to 2, maybe 3 if I'm feeling frisky. Okay. So this is the last stream at this time slot on a Tuesday. As of next Tuesday, I will be 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Okay, I'll wait. You take your phone call, Raven. I'll wait. We'll work on one of these guys. All right, and we're going to kind of do a little assembly line thing. We're going to line them all up over here, and we're going to do a little assembly line guy. So let me see now. Starting with the glow is usually where I start. I got to look at the guys, right? So the very first thing that I do is usually the wash. And I don't think any of these guys have their wash. Now, you guys can use, there's like so many different things. You can use ink and water. You can use Nuln Oil. You can use these Army Painter dark tone, whichever one you have handy at your desk. I've got a little bit of Nuln Oil left in this if I don't dump it over. Ooh. Paint Monkey, how are you feeling? I am going to actually get myself a little cup so that I don't dump it over, guys, because that's what I dumped 2 bottles the other day. Yes, I was going to finish it, but I'll wait for your phone call, sweetheart. you go ahead and take your phone call. There we go. So I put a little bit of that in there. And you know what? And sometimes I just dump that little son of a gun over, and that's why we're designing these. Yes, because you take the cup that you would knock over and you put it there. Now, Captain, no knock over. Oh, okay. All right. So, swapping out again. This little weld line, you're going to get a little bit of whatever metallic you like. I'm going to use a silver in this case. You want to take the majority of it off of your paintbrush. Let's get our hood on straight here. And let me make sure you guys are nice and focused. I can bring it in a little tighter for you. Look at that. Ooh, look at that weld line. All right. And then you're going to take that brush, and the weld will have a direction where you can see the little blurps of it overlapping one another, like fish scales. That would be the best explanation. And what you want to do is you want to go that direction so that you don't get the metallic all up in the area that is the shadows. So you're going to go towards the way it lays over. And you want to have like a medium amount of paint, not a dry brush, not a really wet brush, because you don't want to get this all over him. And lay your brush kind of at an angle. You're over brushing, which means you're kind of going over the top edges. Now you're gonna have to get in here, or you gotta get, I'm gonna get a little bit in the back in here, and you just kind of use the side of the brush and drag it back there. That's gonna just create a little bit more eye-popping. All right, and then look at that. He's got a little weld. If you let that dry, he really did turn out to be a cool little guy, and I'll be honest with you, I was actually kind of disappointed. I'm going to paint another one, Raven. I'm going to paint another one right away. Now I'm thinning the metallic really thin, so I added water. Not all metallics will cooperate with that. I do use a little bit of medium in my water every time. Metallics have to stay in suspension. If they are not, then they separate. So when I thin it, I use a little bit of medium, and I'm just going to go in here with a very thin little bits of metallic, and I'm going to kind of push it. That's why I'm using an ugly brush. I'm going to push it into those little recesses. And the reason I'm doing that is so that the whole thing looks like metal. So that we have that kind of little bit of silver in the cracks of the shadows as well, because we're talking about what's supposed to be a little metal line, right? Now let's bring him up to the camera for you guys and focus in. And there you go. And there's your sloppy orc weld line, because they believe you have to put more on to make it stay together better. And officially, as of this moment in time, we shall take this moment to honor a base. How about that? How about we do, I've got some good stuff to do, just a real simple little bit of basing. Well, hello, Dr. Rhino. How are you doing? How are the chubby unicorns, my friend? How are the chubby unicorns? I mentioned a photo setup. Yes. I was referring to yours. So I don't even remember where I was, but I was stumbling through some channels saying hi, yakety schmackety. And I ran across where you had posted a simple photography setup with some paper and a little backdrop. I just wanted you to know that I had, so I noticed I didn't have you on my list because I was trying to tag you. But at that time I wasn't friends with you in Discord, but I put it in our Discord so that other people could see it, because one of the things that we focus on here a lot is different ways to set up areas to photograph your mini and how to get those good photographs. And not everybody, you know, can afford to go out and buy a really huge, big, sexy camera. And so I wanted to tag you, but I wasn't friends with you, so it wouldn't let me. So I put it in there, and then I sent you a message to remind me. Then I will go back in and make sure you get tagged in it. But I thought it was very creative and helpful. And we're always trying to help people, you know, improve wherever they need their improvement. Thank you for the shout out. Do we not have Dr. Rhino's information, Dave? Is that even possible? Nah, that's not possible. Dr. Rhino, my dear, will you put your information in the chat for everybody to give Dr. Rhino a follow? The man who works on his minis to earn rhino kibble. That's right, to feed the chubby unicorns. Okay, so in that, oh, we have it. We do have it. Okay, so I've got some little tufts, nothing super fancy. I've got a little bit of gravel back here. I'll grab. Pretty sure I've got a bucket of it hanging around, scraps in the bottom. That's too much. Put some sand back here. Here we go. Let's just. Oh, that's definitely. Stop this thing from cleaning. How am I ever going to be able to find anything if I continue to clean it up? Yeah, because then I decided, oh, this is a better place for that. Look how organized that is. Well, there's a huge bucket of sand somewhere. Where's the big? Big bucket. Let's get some adhesive. We're going to need that. Which one is this? This is acrylic. Let me see which one this is. This is. That's gloss. We don't want gloss. We want the ultra matte. That is what we want. And the big bucket of sand. Yep, I got to stop cleaning. You guys can't find anything. And when I start cleaning, then I'm like, oh, look at this great new place for this. Wow. I must have really done a thing with the basing material. Hold on, you guys. I really did get crazy. That's a pretty big bucket that I speak of.
Check over there. This side, isn't it?
Hmm? Where?
Isn't that it right there? The red one? The red one? Yeah.
Thank you. I brought a new set of shelves in to get some of the stuff moved around. Oh, I know, Jacob, I was being sassy. I didn't mean to be rude. I know. I'm not being rude, Dr. Rhino. I'm just kidding about the chubby unicorns. You know I adore you. And you know I adore rhinos, right? Did you ever go to YouTube and look up the, is it YouTube? Or is it Instagram? The baby rhino playing? Oh, you're, okay. Yep. Well, now see. Dr. Rhino, you know that in all seriousness, right? He knows I love those guys. I call them chubby unicorns because I love them. That's how Dr. Rhino and I bonded, is because I found out that he streamed for the rhino babies. I love rhinos. I think they're cool. They're supposed to be really smart too. Well, smarter than we give them credit for. No, He streams for a good cause, as far as I'm concerned. I've been thinking about streaming for a, Oh, I'm sorry, Jacob. I wasn't. I was just being sassy. I didn't. If I overstepped my boundaries, Dr. Rhino, you can spank me. I mean, you can correct me. No, I'm being serious. I want you to know that. Okay. Let's see here. I am such a fan. I remember the first time that I ever fell in love with a rhino. It was the first time I had... where are they all? This one will work. It was the very first time that I had ever seen a white rhino. She might be making an extensive meal. Sometimes it can be a project, I tell you what. All right, so let me see if I got you guys. All right. So I'm just going to take some of this. This is the pasty kind, the gel. Did we chase Dr. Rhino off? I hope not. That would make me feel horrible. It's been a really... Oh, did you put it in the food porn? It's been a really weird couple of weeks, you guys, with a lot of misunderstandings. Like, I'm serious. Bitter Brush. Oh, let's get some love for Bitter Brush and that raid, you guys. Hello, Bitter Brush. What is going on, mate? What is going on? Thank you so much for that raid. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Bitter Brush is on board. What were you up to? Today being Tuesday, you can shout yourself out in chat. And everybody who came in with the raid, welcome, welcome. I am Captain Madlove. We are doing a little bit of Warhammer painting today. We're working on some above tabletop Necrons. This is not the example. This is before we get started. This is what they look like when we are done. And we are finishing up this little prize that somebody won from our channel a little bit ago. This is called a Robo Squig. And we're just finishing him up, giving him a little base job because he's getting ready to go to a new home. If you could kindly refresh by pushing my icon in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, that would be greatly helpful. Ooh, you're trying to get to 300 followers this month. Oh, excellent. Yes, Bitter Brush. Just put your information in the channel here and see if we can help you out with that. And hang on just a second. He got to ask you to do me a really important favor. I need you to reach out to Dr. Rhino and make sure that I'm dead serious.
Welcome aboard the Black
Pearl. He was in there and just let him know that yeah. Yes, the deets. That's right, Scooter. Put your deets, Bitter Brush, in the chat. And we will see about that also. Oh my goodness, double raids. Pascal Ruse is raiding us. Look out. Now you might want to consider hiding the ROM. There we go. That looks pretty good. Nice thick layer of that with a little texture going on. Who's that, Pascal? Okay, well, just... Yeah, he did. I saw him in there. But I can't I can't do the clicky thing. Thank you so much. What were you up to, my friend? What were you up to? Joe Skynet, there you are. Thank you. He's done. We're just doing the basing. We were just talking about you. Did Geek get a hold of you by chance, Joe? So, I can, it will, being as you are so far away, and shipping everywhere in the world is so insane. I was wondering, would you like an STL file? Instead. Now we're going to put him in here in the sand, and we're going to get his little base sandy. And that is, that's the paste we put on there, so we can come back. And we want to use another ugly brush, because we don't want paste on our good brushes. You already drank all the rum. Well, Scarlett made short work of that. Oh, thank you very much, Pascal. You take care of yourself, sweetheart, and thank you so much for popping in. I appreciate you popping in, and I really appreciate the host. That is wonderful. That's always much appreciated, and hopefully you will be able to stay a little bit longer on the days that we come in a little bit earlier. You take care. Aw, I love your face too, Pascal. Thank you. Be good, but not too good. At least be good at it. Cheers, Pascal. Most definitely. All right. Then, there we go. Now, I really don't want any of that sand stuck to like the bottom of his body or anything, so I kind of take a little brush and just sort of shove it around just to make sure that we don't have any stuck to the body. And now he's got his little, let's focus in on that for you. There we go. Now he's got his little sandy base. I want it to be the right size in case somebody actually wants to play with him in a game. So pat it back a little bit. And then that's got to dry. And then he's going to have a little tuft. And we're going to do what really works good for that I like to use on sand is contrast paint. That's my favorite. It seals it and it goes in all the recesses. Looks really cool because it makes all these shadows around him. But just wait till you see what that looks like. Thank you very much, Raven. Isn't he a little bit of a doll? Let me see. Did Joe say anything? Oh, cheers. Jacob brought more rum. You are excellent. You are excellent, Pascal. I am sure of it. I have no doubt in my mind. None whatsoever, mate. None whatsoever. So I am curious, Pixel, what do you stream? I couldn't find you on Instagram, my bad. And I failed to ask while I was in that channel, and then I forgot what channel I was in because I had to run. Okay, now what I'm doing is just kind of shaping the paste in the sand so that I can get a good, you know, this little bit of a lump. I don't want it to be just like flat. There's a little lump in the back. It creates a little bit of texture. And then I just kind of push it around a little bit to just get a little bit irregular texture to it. And now that's got to dry. But effectively, he is pretty much wrapped up. I sealed him. I already came through with some matte varnish. And well, actually, I sealed the gun. I can't guarantee that I sealed him. So I might want to... No... I think I sealed him. No, I don't know. Now I have to seal him again. All right. And he's going to sit off to the side. And this is a bucket of sand that I got from, I think, a floral department. You guys, really inexpensive when it went on sale. And it's really nice because, so I actually paint it different colors. But it comes, it's kind of multicolored, but it's nice and light. And I actually tinted different colors to get the color I want with ink. Yes, you stream minis, terrain, props, and cosplay normally. But I am all... Wait, But at the moment, you are all cosplay as you are making cosplay for the Ultimate Online Cosplay Champ. Ooh. Oh my goodness. You must be... are you on the crunch? Is it crunch time, Pixel? April. If it's at the end of April. Oh my gosh, it is crunch time. Holy cow. I'll have to go check that out. Be sure to put your information in the chat. I will have Geek collect it, Pixel, so that we have it in our database. It is Tuesday and we normally don't do a lot of that. The other thing you can do that would be really cool is if you put something in the love gallery, I can shout you out on Friday. And if you put your deets with it, we can collect them. That would be great. I'd love to do that. Yes, Scooter. That's why it takes me so long. Each grain with tweezers, and I don't even use the airbrush. I use a paintbrush. Oh, yeah. I did that, Pixel, and I didn't make the deadline. Not for cosplay, but for something else. It was for something else. Hello, Trader. How are you doing? How are you doing? How's life out there? Let me see. If I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. What's going on, noob? What's going on? Each plank on the ship is actually hollow and is filled with rum. Oh, hello, Wandering Lands. I totally missed you. How are you doing? How are you doing? Okay, I think I got all that. Okay, great. If I missed anything, you guys, then just shout it out at me again because it happens. It does happen. Just remember, I am never ignoring you. Okay? It is just that sometimes the chat will roll by. Colors will be the same or something, or I'm distracted by my painting or a squirrel or something. All right, let's see. We're going to need, we're going to need some plain black. And I also, you know what I washed them with? It was really cool. Oh, yeah. Let me show you something really neat. Let me find it here. I know this one's at my desk. I have had this at my desk for a minute. And I haven't used it very much because I haven't, you know, had anything that I needed it for. But this is paint. This has got like more blue in it. This Payne's Gray does. And so we can mix this in with the Null Oil. And it's, oh gosh, it's the most beautiful color. That's right. Dave's the only one that I ignore. It's a special kind of love. It's dysfunctional. When I get the opportunity, I will take a skillet to him. And that's how that goes. Okay. Oh, I adore him, and I was just teasing about the rhino kibble. I meant it in a good way. I'm sure that some of the money from the charity's got to pay for rhino food. Rhinos need to eat too. Although, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not entirely sure what rhinos do eat. Apparently, your dinner is a polymer clay lighthouse. That's priceless. We also had a really interesting change take place with the Butterfly Lord, you guys. Yes, and that's what I meant by rhino kibble. But aren't rhinos omnivores? They are, right? Ooh, in the Love Gallery Pixel, the Stream Love, it's got 2 kissy marks in front of it. That's the easiest way for me to tell you to find it. And put a picture of what you're working on, something you want to put in there, an Instagram link you can put in there. I bring those up too when I go to it. And then put your deets, and I will shout you out on Friday night when we have our big Love Gallery. Well, you know, it happens, Raven. It happens. Yes. Sir Jacob is probably thinking it's made out of chocolate. I think she might be talking real polymer here. That's good. Thank you, Pixel Prop. Thank you. Your hat really, I love your hat in your picture. It's actually why I ran you down, was because originally when I first saw your picture, the hat was what did it for me. I made a wonderful steampunk top hat. I didn't make the top hat portion. I ordered it from, I want to say Italy, for geeks, or it might be the big costume place that is out of the UK. But I ordered, and then I dressed it all up. Hello, Turbo. Into a monkey? What? What are you talking about, Turbo? Oh, your clock works. Ours is made out of the innards of the grandfather clock that we had. The grandfather clock took a beating and a move, and we didn't it was not as expensive as it would have cost to fix it. So I decided to keep the inside of it, and I made the whole outside of his hat, the hat band and everything, from the inside of our grandfather clock. That is amazing. Well, hello, 7-Page Wilson. Oh, not Food Pics, right? Okay, the Food Pics have a channel too. So I was talking to a monkey. Wait, I don't even know what you're talking about. A monkey. Oh yeah, that adds a little bit of blue to the Nuln Oil. That's really nice, you guys. We're gonna add a little bit more. It's tasty. Hello, Dusty Telephone. How are you? Funny, I should see you in here. Did you want to come see who it was that followed you the other day? How are you, my dear? It's going really good. I'm mixing up some Nuln Oil with a little bit of a very intense thick body paint by Golden that is called Payne's Gray, and it's going to make the most wonderful wash for these guys, and I'm going to wash a bunch of them. So we're kind of doing above tabletop with them. How is your diorama coming, dear? How's the diorama coming? Old Blood Rhino. Did I get that right? Old Blood Rhino. Blood Rhino. Welcome aboard, and thank you for that follow. Oh, yeah, you guys. It's delicious. It's so delicious. It's really good. I do. That's amazing. That hat has a clock that works on it, you guys. So, Dusty Telephone, my dear, on Tuesdays, we don't have a whole lot of mods in the channel, and we don't generally do the love gallery. But what I'd like very much to do is if you would pop into my Discord and go into the Stream Love Gallery. It's got 2 kissy marks in front of it. And post a picture of what you're working on, something that you'd like to show, and all of your information on Friday when we have our big love gallery, which is, it's pretty extensive. There's usually a lot in there. I'd like very much to shout you out. You guys, Dusty Telephone recently started painting miniatures and is making a diorama that she's been working on, putting the pieces together. It's not that they're asleep. I got it right. Excellent. Apparently dinner is ready. Yes. Yes. And you're looking for the Stream Love Gallery, hon. Stream Love Gallery. All right, you guys. So this is the delicious color that I have made that we're going to... Oh, it's good, you guys. It's really good. Okay. So by mixing this with the Nuln Oil, we get that kind of greasy look from the Nuln Oil, but we get the blue that there would be in steel. I'm thinning it a little over here. It's let's see, there it is. There it is. So can you see that? How it's got that blue? It's kind of like a oily steel blue color. The love gallery is a lie. Yes, yes, you might go looking, Dusty Telephone, and not find it. It is possible. It is. Scarlett's dinner is a lie. Oh, I love it. That's priceless. That's priceless. Scarlett, look out. You better not be sassy. I think she's got one on you there if she's the one in charge of dinner. Oh, yeah. So now his arms don't go up like the other ones. Now, I'm only going to do this. I'm not going to go over the green with it, except like in the hips, down in the areas where I'm going to get a little more shadowing. We're going to, and the back of the arms, not the front of the arms, right? And like inside here, and I'm using an old ugly brush and just kind of, right? Poking it up in there, just poking it around. What you up to, Pat? What's going on, mate? We're working on these above tabletop Necrons over here, getting the feel for painting faster. I paint too slow, and so we are we've been focusing on ways in which to. I don't want to really. It is really not cutting corners if you're not looking for a display quality piece. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Oh yeah, and one of the things we do want to do is get the hoses in his belly. We want to get those, and the other place that you want to get, I really like to get up in the collarbone, and the sides of the face, because when you come in with your glow, so when you're looking at him, we kind of want the background behind his face to be dark, and that makes the little head pop out better, and you can see it better when he's on the table. The cake is always a lie. Oh, that's right, the lawnmower. That's right. How did that work out? Did they get your lawnmower fixed? Or is it not fixed yet? And painting a mage. You're doing all of that at the same time. Someone else is fixing the lawnmower, though, right? I kind of get in these two little recesses that are in his shoulder blades back here. Interestingly enough, these guys, I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but did you notice that the Immortals don't have rib openings in their backside? Yeah, which is kind of cool. This is not an Immortal. This is the new warrior. So, my bad. Sorry, guys. Don't listen to me, Dusty Telephone. This is not an Immortal. I make those mistakes. This is the new warrior. It was the gun that threw me off. I do. I try to get it right. I do. Hello, Misko. I try to get it right. I'm working on getting all of them right. Fear the Reaper! Thank you for that raid. How are you, mate? How are you? We mixed up a really cool color for a wash on these guys. Man, I'm loving it. It's just given this. These guys are now, see, still, each time we do this, they look a little bit different. But now we're going to take each one of them. Some of them, this is really, I leave the arms loose, and that's my favorite to work on. You know what? That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody who came in with Fear the Reaper, thank you for joining us today. We are doing some above tabletop painting on some Necrons. Right now we are giving them an oily blue steel wash that is a custom mix. We used some Nuln oil and some heavy body golden acrylic to get this beautiful. I am a big fan of Payne's Gray. Like, oh my goodness, I do love me some Payne's Gray. I have Payne's Gray in every type of paint you can imagine. So when you come in here to do this, you want to get all the areas that would be considered his shadow spots and anything you kind of want to sink back. Scooter. That's right. Call my Necrons what I want. No, I won't call these Necrons what I want. Want to get inside those collarbones and be sure to get the sides of the cheeks. because that makes their face stand out. I also like to get some of this in the, all the joints, all the little fingers, because it soaks right in there, and then see, it makes the fingers separate better. And you know how I like the hands, right? And then I'm going to get around here, even though we're going to come in there with a little bit of green paint later. That's cool. Don't worry about it. All right. Looks like I got everything. The gun's going to be a different color, so I'm not going to worry about that, because we're going to paint the gun with some black when we come in there. There we go. Their little teeth, I like their little teeth to have a little bit of black. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this guy's partially painted. Check him out. You can tell because the eyes are already white. And his gun tubes have the base on them. He's also got his wash. This is a black wash. Okay, you guys. So we did that. I did this with this is a black, and I added a little bit of medium to get some shine. This is a different approach. So like if you didn't want to go, now it takes 2 layers a lot of times to get what I want. It looks to me though like this one we mixed up with the heavy body with the null oil has really super good coverage. A little bit too much coverage actually in the spine area here. I'm going to come back for that and pull that out a little bit. There we go. Make sure I didn't get that much on this guy too. There we go. So this is black. It gives a little bit different appearance to the steel than the bluer does. I kind of like the blue. Now this is one coat. I kind of like the way the blue steel looks, but the black has a presence, and I did mix a little bit of a mixing medium that had some gloss in it. So that's how come he's got like the shiny thing going on. He's partying. All right. This guy looks like he's had one coat of something, but we're going to come in here with the with our blue steel null oil, and we're going to give him a second coat. Usually I get what I want out of 2 coats, depending on what I'm doing with a wash. Now they call this washing what I'm doing, so because we're just like putting a lot of it. Glazing would be usually isolated to an area, and you're going to do it in thin layers and build up a color. Difference, in fact, that was something that Scooter wanted to know. Difference between glaze and wash. When doing, as in we are doing a wash. When doing a wash, we are using thinned paint, a wash pre-made, an ink mixed with medium, but we are hitting a lot of areas of the miniature, usually a broader area. We are not focusing too much on trying to, get one little spot. You can use a wash, as in the wash is made, so this is a wash. You can use this, it says shade, but it's referred to as a wash. You can use a wash as a glaze. The difference between the wash and the glaze is what you're doing. You can glaze with regular paints, just slightly thinned, not necessarily wash with them. So it is interesting, but if you were going to glaze, it would be in an area. So you're covering one color with another color to create a color is glazing. Brush on sealer. Like after you're done with the wash, Lord Zephyrius, I add a little bit of medium to the wash that I make, so that it lays better because I don't like, sometimes, I don't know if you notice, sometimes when you're using a wash, it'll collect too much in an area. And so to prevent that, I will add a mixing medium to it. But I add that to every time I make my water for thinning. Hello, Shark in a Box. How are you doing? Oh, okay. Oh, but it's okay. I just use a mixing medium, so I guess it's the same thing. I mean, the same idea, not the same thing. The same idea. And I'm guessing that what you're talking about is something that's made specifically for that. Okay, now we got all the joint. Oh, we got to get these little fingers right here. And then I think we got him. There we go. Yeah, so that's why I add hold on, a drying retarder to the water, this little container of water, that's distilled water, and there's 1 milliliter of, this is about 3, 4, 5 teaspoons of water in this, that's what this cup holds, and then there's 1 milliliter of the drying retarder, and that's what it does. It makes it lay smooth. It keeps, you know how washes can dry really super fast. It slows it down just a little bit. Okay, there's that guy and this guy. What you up to, Shark in the Box? I wonder if these guys are supposed to have that sticking out of their side. Well, I guess they are. I guess it's part of their yeah. Oh, that sounds absolutely excellent. I think that's what a lot of people want to be doing right about now. So, Lord Zephyrius, where do you get this? I'm guessing this is a pre-made thing specifically for that. I use varnish or a mixing medium, or there's many things that I use. I'm guessing that it's something similar to that, but then labeled specifically for doing washes. And sometimes it's just easier for people to get the stuff that's labeled accordingly. Okay, well, that is cool. And that's what it's called? I wonder what's in that. Oh, I was wondering, wait a minute, are you talking about the clear contrast? Is that what you're using? Well, these guys have funny little faces. Brush on sealer. I used that clear contrast medium, the contrast medium they have. Oh, that worked really good. I liked that too. A little bit in the side of the jaw. Let's see. We got to get in the neckline here. All right. Let's see. Did I get it all? Looks like it. Also, you guys, if you thin the contrast paint with a little bit of the medium, the contrast paint works pretty darn good for a wash style thing too, because it's designed to go into the, that's what it's designed for, is to go into the recesses. Let's get his hand from back here. There we go. So we can see those little striations of the fingers. Okay, all those little guys, and then I probably should have put them in order of who got theirs first. Oh, that sounds like a great day though. Ooh, that was a tasty one. All right. Okay, so now we've got the wash that gets all these nice. See how that works? Much better than how we started. Let me grab one that's like what looks like when we started so that you guys are able to see the difference. That way, hopefully I still got one. Oh my gosh. You guys are, like, I'm just knocking these guys out. This is really working. Oh, here's a, wait, I think I have one more. Hold on. Oh, no, he's even got, wow. Oh. I've really been knocking these guys out, you guys. Every one of them. Every one of them has their backside done. Holy cow. I've just been cooking through these. Okay. So, this guy, though, he still has his, he's got his backside done, so we really can't compare. But as we move forward, you'll be able to compare. One of the things that you can really see is, hey, Stinger, how you doing, mate? How you doing? Is the difference in the blue steel to just washing it with, I actually think that might be Nuln Oil, you guys. That really does look like it. But do you see how matte that made it? Yeah. Hey, guys, I haven't used Nuln Oil in a minute. Is Nuln Oil a little bit shiny? Or is it matte? Let's take a look at that. I gotta. Where did you go? Here you are. Oh, it's been a really weird week for us over here. It really has. Who says what? Matte or shiny? Nuln Oil. You never used any real paint. Ah, okay. So whatever we mixed it with then gave it this little bit of shine. Probably the mixing medium. You don't use real paint. What do you paint the minis with, Pat? Except for destroying government property, and they're all game. But the second you start pulling up floor plans and chemical forming was the noob, don't be naughty. Gnome oil. Gnome oil. Like, for real, Pat, does that... You know, I find that they don't have enough pigment in them for me. Okay. Let's see. White. Gotta get that. Now, there is an underglow under this green, but there are some areas that we have to come in with the white and we have to get taken care of. Now, one of the other things too is we are going to need some plain black. We can probably use this, what is that? Hold on. See if this is strong enough. So I come in here, notice, okay, and then I also get this area with the teeth. Then I dry the brush off, twist it to a tip, and wick that out. And what it does is it leaves a nice black ring in his head for us to put the eyes on so we can get that glowy effect. I know nothing about this gnome body oil. I know nothing about this. Maybe it's in a movie I haven't seen, or you're just being terribly sassy. Okay, this guy already has his whites in his eyes, but the problem is that I forgot to come in and give him the black eye sockets. Generally speaking, if you just get the line on their mouth, it will go into the little recesses around the mouth. Then again, into a tip and wick it out. So you just want to be able to see their little eyes with a ring of black. Couple steps that are a wee bit tedious. Oh, I miss you too, Stinger. Yeah, you go take a nap. You be tired. You be tired, mate. You take your nap. I will let you know when Morty gets here. Hug that sweet girlfriend of yours for me. Now this that I'm using is the Nuln Oil and the Payne's Gray without thinning it. So it's at its full strength. So it's a lot like black, but it has the little bit of blue in it. These guys need to be moved out of the way. And sometimes when you go to put the white in, I also take and put a tiny little black dot right on their nose, like right underneath of it, so that I get that shadow under the nose to develop the face, so that you can see that face when he's on the game board. Is what I like to do. And this is actually what is underneath of the orange that gives this. Is this the one? Yeah, that gives this orange glow. The black is behind it. That's what makes the orange look sunk in on the sides. I think this guy has a different head than the other one like him. He does. Huh. He's got part of a head and hoses hanging out. These guys have damage. So you can take this Nuln Oil color and come find those little pukas that he's got and fill them. So you can get that damage look going on. First you got to find them all. And you can also make them. But I thought that was one of the things about these guys. It was kind of cool. Oh, you have chocolates, a big mug of tea, and you've taken all your meds. A few painkillers just for fun. You'll be asleep in 5 minutes. Good night, sweet Wavy. Good night. Hello, Dextrose. How you doing? How you doing? The smallest pirate was demanding cake, but Raven just took her to bed, so I might not get to write my Dungeons and Dragons session. Oh, you might get to. Oh, yes, that would be good. Well, actually, we're just discussing today about the boundaries of kids for adults needing to do what they needed to do, and how you kind of have to train them accordingly. So I'm just going through. I mean, this guy's got dents, whereas the other guys kind of don't. I kind of like that about the new ones. I don't know if anybody's noticed that, but I like the fact that they've got some already pre-designated battleware. It's pretty cool. So if you look all over them, they've got some scratches, some dents. It's pretty neat. I try to pick it all out, and then there's a couple of places where I might even add a little bit more. It looks good. Here we go. Now, when you're really getting intricate with these guys, like say you really wanted to go, you know, above tabletop, we come in here, right? And you're going to want to get a nice definitive, that is the word I believe I am looking for, shadow. So you come in here with the wash that you used, thicker, so don't add as much distilled water, and you can come in and you'll notice the difference in that. Like, it starts to pick out all the areas and make them really sharp. We're not doing that. I'm just letting you know you can do that if you want to make it, you know. Oh yeah, that will be that you guys run a campaign. Be sure to put your deets. You guys be sure to put the deets in the love gallery, okay? Hello, AJ. How are you doing? How are you doing? Okay, so we got the dents picked up. One of the things I got to get here is this hand, even though it's in the there we go. Okay, so we got it all. These are a little bit more intricate. The new ones are a little bit more intricate. Hi, Ishan. How are you doing? They're a little bit more intricate because they do have like all these little dents and things. So just got to kind of come through and sort of pick those out. And if you missed any of the sometimes you'll be going through with the wash and maybe miss a little area. I like to get their jaws nice and dark so you can really see that face on the game table. I find that getting a good dark background helps that face pop out a little bit more. You know, sometimes I come in here and add a little bit more to those collarbone things they've got. They kind of look like shocks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now everybody's into the Kinder. You're working on milk? How much rum again? All the rum. Oh, look out. Look out. We're gonna have a drunk crew. What are you up to this evening, Ishan? We are powering through some Necrons. These guys kind of have some little bit of battle wear and tear on them, so they're a little bit more intricate than the regular warriors. And we're also adding some places for some little bit of denting. And they're just not quite identical, which is actually kind of cool too. I got in these hoses good. And I think most of this one doesn't have as many dents as the other one. He's a little bit, oh, he's actually got one on his head. All right. Oh, Oh, that's wonderful, Ishan. I'm excited about that project. So we have a tag, hashtag get your fucking game on, just to let you know. And absolutely, I would love it if you used it. Let's put these guys down here now. I can bring this up a little bit for you. There we go. But that way I can rest my elbow. Ooh, you got a new bed and a new recliner. Ooh, you're gonna be comfortable. A drunk crew. That's a pirate's bed, right? Right? A thimbleful. A thimbleful. Oh. You're a mighty rum lenient individual there, Raven. All right. We got that. We got that. He doesn't really have any dents, so he's good. Let's see this guy. Make sure we got the hoses. Oh, there's the hoses forgotten on this guy. So we're gonna come in here and this is gonna add a little depth when you come in. I usually just do a little bit of dry brushing actually on that. The hoses, a little bit of bright silver, maybe a little bit of bright green, just depending on how I'm feeling. Let's check for dents. I don't think these old guys have any dents. The old guys don't have dents. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, Geek got a new recliner for Christmas from my dad's wife and myself. We went together on a recliner. It takes quite... Actually, the interesting thing was that the recliner that we wanted was on sale, so we were really fortunate. Geek takes quite a large and industrial style recliner, so what have we there? Agent Meeple, how are you doing? And thank you for that raid. For all you guys that came in with Agent Meeple, I am Captain Madlove. Breaks out the giants. There you go, Wavy. You're thinking. Although I don't know if rum is going to mix well with what you just took, Wavy. So maybe not. Yeah, so the chair, the recliner normally was over $3,000. The one that fits him. And we got it for like, I think, 24. Hello, Raiders. For all you guys that came in with Agent Meeple, if you will kindly refresh by pushing the icon in the upper left hand, wow, words are hard today, upper left hand corner, I would greatly appreciate it. We are cooking through a few Necrons, although this guy is our comparison guy. We're not using him. And we're also going to do a little bit of painting on an antique Eldar today. Yeah, well, you know, Ishan, Geek is really hard on furniture. We've had couches collapse out from underneath of him. The sides fall off of recliners. I mean, this is one of those that's made with like this all crazy spring steel construction and everything like that. Oh, it's going to be fun. Necrons are definitely a wee bit of, they're a wee bit of fun. Now we're going to come through, and for all you guys that came in and were rated, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the follows. We are working on a follower goal on our YouTube. So anybody who is willing to pop into the YouTube and give a subscription, it's free. I greatly appreciate it. We are working on our YouTube monetary status, which requires 1,000 subscriptions and 4,000 hours of viewing. That takes a bit. Yeah, there's one that's made with spring steel, and that's the one. Hello, Joe Firk. We finished almost. His base is going on. We finished the little Robo Squig today. He had to have his weld painted. His weld is all painted. And currently the paste is drying under the sand. And then we've got some little grass tufts that we're going to put on that, and a little bit of contrast paint. Well, I really appreciate it, Raven. I really appreciate it. We are We are working that up. We're working on it. And for everybody who came in here, if you enjoy yourself and you decide you do want to support the channel, just to let you guys know, I no longer have a affiliate with Twitch because I do multi-streaming on all the platforms. What we have is a Patreon with different levels that you can join, everything from a cup of coffee to full-on one-on-one lessons, however you want to rock and roll. But everything is the same for me. It is Captain Madlug everywhere you go. Don't forget the double D's. Yes, old school Eldar Scarlet. See him? Did you see him? These two came home with me. Remember I told you guys the story about my friend Sir Bias that passed in December? I got to meet his brother in person at the game store. And he has this giant army of old school Eldar. And I asked him, I said, so he was really wanting something painted by his brother. Thank you, Raven. And I was like, hey, how would you like me to take home those two badasses right there and give them a paint job for you from your brother? And he said that would be beautiful. And so these guys came home with me to get a paint job. And we got along quite well, actually. He looks a lot like Fabius. It was sad and comforting all at the same time. Well, you know, it's not like it's never been said, Joe, but thank you. All right, so now you've got your wash in there, right? Okay, so now we're going to go back in and we're going to do the glowy white places, okay? And get our back glow established for what we're doing, all right? And we're going to do it the simple way. Now, the hardest part of this whole thing is actually his eyes. As far as, like, you know, really focusing and getting something really intricate done. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yes. Look at this. This is the Necron Eye paintbrush. And the reason is, interestingly, this particular paintbrush happens to be the same size on the tip as the Necron Eye. So I don't have to, like, try to paint it. But the other thing that you guys can do is you can buy these very fine tipped acrylic markers, and you can use those, and that's very helpful. Yeah, so that's another thing that came up recently, you guys, that maybe wait a second. Oh yes, Joe, I leave their arms loose until I'm done painting, and some of them I actually glue the arms up like that if their face is in the right position, so they're holding their gun over their head. But until I'm done getting the chest painted, the glow, I leave the arms, and then when I'm done, I will put the super glue in, and I will squeeze on each side and glue them into place where I want them. And that way, instead of the, so here we go. No, these are, so instead of them having, so when you put the arms on, a lot of times it rests on the body like that. Or it covers up an area, like it's covering up his innards there, and I can't get to it. Or it's covering up the back of the gun, and I can't get to the glow. So now you have it, and then when you turn him around, when you look through his arm right there, there wouldn't be a good glow. So I like to get those places, and I have found that rather than sub-assembly on these Necrons, this makes it a lot easier. Is Blood Bowl made by Warhammer? Geek. Is Blood Bowl made by Warhammer? They are made by Warhammer.
Games Workshop.
By Games Workshop. AJ. Thank you very much, Joe Skynet. It really works very well. The interesting thing about this is that when you are gluing these together, so right here, so see, look. So when you are gluing the arm and onto the gun, right? As long as you have the correct arm, and you know, I've done a lot of these. So you get to know your parts and pieces, and you just kind of know when you put this on, it's so much easier to glue when it's like this. And then you just kind of hold it until it glues into place. This arm is the one we glue on. This one's already attached to the gun, right? And then when you put it on, the trick is when you put it on, the crooked arm has to go first. If you try to put the straight arm on, it's the one holding the gun has to go on first. Okay? If you don't put that one on first, it's too far of a reach around the ribs, and pulling on that will continue to snap the other arm off. If you put the side in that is the crooked arm, there's a lot less distance to go, and you can you push this up to the collarbone and just snap it into place. What are you, noob? Where, are you off on something again? Yes, Blade Market is it's kind of like fantasy football, AJ. Don't hand you any bubble wrap. Okay, okay. So anyway, yeah, that's I just find that I can get to these little parts in here, Joe, if a little better if I do it this way. Yeah, it does, Joe, especially with a lot of guys that are holding guns. And what's interesting is that most of the characters, if they are holding a gun in the front, if you get those arms just right, what's going to happen is the ball joints, look, they're it's a little bit too big for the sockets, but when you're all done, you can warm it. But most of the time I find that I can just put the super glue in the sockets and squeeze, and it doesn't break the arms at all, and it squeezes into place, and then you get it just the way you want it, and that way you get all your glow going on. I just don't like to not be able to get into all those little places. It's frustrating. That's my whole above tabletop thing. Now in the case of like these guys, okay, so this is a different style, right? So now see, look, we can go under here and we can get those belly parts, right? We can come up here and we can get all the chest parts. We can flip him. Check it out. We're going to turn him around and we can get back in here all on the gun. So it's fine. But with these other guys, they just hold their guns really tight. And I like to position the guns. So these guys are glued and positioned, right? I like their guns to be a little bit away from the body so that you can see the gun, right? And the work that's been done on it. I also like when you are looking at these guys from the back and you are on the table that you've got back glow. See the guns? You've got back glow on them. So it gives them more presence on the game table when you're looking at them. Especially think about it, right? All the glow is on the front, okay? So when you look at the guy from the back, you just don't get as much presence. So if he doesn't have this area in here all nice and painted, right, then he just kind of disappears on the board. So I like to get it to where you can kind of get a nice visual of him from the back as well. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. What is a Tusken Raider? Like over his head?
Big gaffy sticks.
I don't know, but I know that I have one over here. Hang on just a second. Here. If I decide I'm going to put their gun over their head, I will glue the head on in a particular position. So notice, if we take this guy and we put his gun over his head, look what happens. Right? Okay, he can't shoot his gun with that glow in his face. Like, that's just really not working. Right? Okay, so when I'm going to put the gun over the head, first thing, you've got to have the correct arm. Notice this arm. You either have to blow dry this arm or stick it in really, really hot water, but blow dryer or heat gun before you paint it, and straighten the arm. Okay? Then notice the hands. You have to crack the hand and re-glue it. So if I want, I don't do a lot of this, just every once in a while I like to have one. I just like to do it. So you got to take, and he's got this arm, it's got to be straightened. And they come with some arms that are kind of straight. So you may not even have to melt the arm. Some of them you can find, do I have one with a straight arm? Here we go. Look, see this guy? This is what the arm looked like before we started. Okay? See how the, but not quite, but pretty darn close, right? And then you got to crack the hand. And then what I do is I crack it at the wrist. You'll notice that there's like, you can see, I crack it at the wrist, I cockeye it, and then I put a big bead of, glue it, and then after I put it on the gun, and I put these two together, so the hand is on the gun, right? But you have, right here where this is, you got to like, that right there is kind of a buildup of super glue, because I have to kind of like bend the arm. This hand is already glued on the gun. So it's more, I crack the plastic right there, and then I cut that little bit out. And then when the arm goes, and then I carve it out a little bit, and then I super glue it in, and then that way I can put this, and then I glue the head on, where so he's not looking to the side like that. See, that guy's looking to the side. This guy's looking in the air a little bit, right? So I have to make him where his head is more facing forward. So he's more looking straight on a little bit. Well, I think he looks angry, you know? The Tusken Raiders are from Star... Right, they sound familiar, but I don't know how they hold their gun. All right. So this is the guy that's holding his gun up. You also have to match it up with the right gun too, you guys. The right arm and the right gun. So like this one won't work as well. See how the arm holding the gun is different? This one's more crooked. So you got to get the right hand and gun together to be able to get them where they're not just covering their face with the gun. I don't know, Joe. Sometimes I do little weird things. Did you see Krusty, Joe? Let me show you Krusty. So these Necrons are parts and pieces. So Geek got some new ones for his, and shakes his gun about. Oh, okay. Thank you, Wavy. Okay. Well, yeah, sort of. I mean, both arms aren't straight, but I think we got a kind of Tusken Warrior thing going on a little bit. A little bit. This is Krusty, Joe. Krusty. So after I assembled all of these guys, I had some parts and pieces in the bottom of the box left, and what I did is, like you can see, he doesn't have the front of his foot here. Let me dial in on him for you guys. So this is parts and pieces, and this is what's really cool about Necrons in general. So he's got a broken back. That's why he leans forward like that. He's missing a segment of his spine. And he's like an arm. You'll notice a big bead of glue right here. That's because this was just a spare arm that I found and put together from two pieces. He had a broken leg, and so I repaired the leg in here. This gun belongs to another guy. This arm is good, but it didn't have a ball joint, so I made a little ball joint out of green stuff and put it in there. And then he had a lot of super glue. Thank you, Quiet Meon, for that. Thank you very much. It's Tuesday. If you'd like to shout your deets out in the channel, you most certainly may share. You love Krusty. So Krusty also was one of the ones that had like too much super glue. What happened originally was learning to glue them together and holding them upside down. And the glue leaked up into the miniature and out through the chest plate. So it made like all this super glue here. So Krusty's whole chest is kind of a little bit melted. And then I made an eyeball hanging out of the socket. And Krusty's a mess. I'm gonna break his glow tube. I'm gonna break it and make some like ooze running out of it. So Krusty is a gun-wielding skeleton. He's not a clown. He's totally not a clown, Joe. Totally not. Oh, hello, Loopy, and Loopy Llama. Welcome, welcome. You know what, Joe? He's a bad mofo, man. You got to look out for Krusty. I mean, he takes his job seriously. He's still on the battlefield. He's still on the battlefield. But basically, we were doing, what is that, Reanimation Protocol. And so I was like, well, what about these box of Necron pieces? Some of them really good. Some of them were like brand new and just laying in the bottom of the box all primed. So I was pretty happy with that. But there's a few. I've got one that's got a really bad broken back, and his arm is glued together from 2 other pieces that we had to put together. That's a Krusty, and I forgot what his name was. He had a weird name too. Raven, do you remember his name? The other guy with the problem? Hang on. What is his name? This guy's got a welded spine. Who's the guy with the really weird arm? I kind of had to work with some of the pieces just to get them together. I don't see the guy with the welded arm. Huh. Must have done a good paint job on him. See, this guy's got a welded spine. And then, so I went in there with the gel-like super glue, right? And then I kind of built it up in little layers. It kept breaking and eating away at this. So I put him back together, and then I took a little bit of liquid green stuff, and then I made it like a weld and then painted it silver, so it looks like his spine is just welded solid. I forgot to write his name on the bottom, though. And then one guy has an arm that it like got dipped in super glue. It was so broken. I don't know where he is, but I just painted the whole thing with super glue because it kept breaking. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna fix this. Yeah, thanks, Joe. Well, you know, they have to have a story, right? Exactly, Wavy. He has seen some shit. Krusty has been around the block, you guys, and he's cantankerous. All right, so let me line him back up again. We were going for the white. All right. So one of the first things that we do with the white is the Necron eyes, okay? And that's always good fun. A little bit tedious, but and sometimes, depending on the white you're using, it'll take 2 attacks. Hello, Gritty. It's a raid with the oh, the Peckish Fox. Hello, Peckish Fox. How are you? My gosh, long time no see. It's a fox raid. Say raid. We are just getting ready to do some Necron eyes. All you raiders that came in, welcome on board.
The Black
I am Captain Madlove, and I appreciate your follows. For anybody who would like to refresh and be considered a official viewer, if you could please push the icon in the upper left-hand corner, you won't have to watch a commercial. And for anybody who'd like to help me with my YouTube, I'm working on 1,000 followers. Subscribes are free, and it would be so helpful. Boy, it's a long road to 1,000, I tell you what. How are you doing? Pew, pew, pew. Oh, come aboard, Peckish Fox. You bet. Come on board. They'll give you some rum. We are doing a little reanimation protocol here with our Necrons. I was telling them about some of the pieces I scrounged out of the box for some of these. Let me see. There was a question about, let's see. What do you use to mix with testers dual coat? To you, whoa. Paint Monkey. Is that a lacquer? Testers meaning acrylic or lacquer? If it's lacquer, you need to make sure to do your research before you put it in, mate, before you put it in your gun. You want to be sure to do your research. Oh, this is the one we just started on, Peckish Fox. This is where we're going. And man, those eyes actually don't even... Oh, wait, hold on. Interesting. There we go. There he is. This one. Here. These guys. This is where we're going. Thank you. Yeah, we're working them up. This guy here is our final perfect, except the eyes on this one are better. So it will be this guy with these eyes. Oh, working and lurking, Jacob. You do that. Thank you. I actually don't know, Paint Monkey, because unless I see the paint and know whether it is acrylic or not. What are you talking about, noob? Have you gone off? Off? Noob's lost it. Too much rum. Or maybe it was tequila. Let me see. No, it's this way? No, it's that way. No, it's this way. There we go. Sorry, guys. Making you seasick on the palate again. Hands out the rum. Thank you, Scarlett. Trying to talk to... Well... I think trying to talk to people... I have been just failing miserably at that lately. I've been having more misunderstandings than... Let me make sure... Are you guys in focus? Do I got it in focus, Geek?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to get the little dots in their head. This is tedious, but you guys, this makes all the difference in the world when you go over it with the orange. And something got forgotten here. Yep. So when you go in there with the orange, that little itty bitty teeny tiny bit of, oh, and we can do the rest of it too. Well, hello, Moke. How you doing? Oh. Yeah, we this is a 100% over 18 channel. So if you're not over 18, we don't want to know about it, and your parents may want to know whether or not you are here. All right. What is up this evening, Moke? And welcome, Germany. Okay, so now we're going to take the white, and the other thing that we're going to do, this one is a little bit different than the way that I build the pipes on the other ones. So what we're going to do with this is we're going to come in here, and you're going to get all of these guys. Okay. With the white. This is what's going to make a really good glow on these. Now, I don't believe that I have any of these guns out where you guys can actually see the end-all be-all results of these guns. But there's a few things you're going to do with this white, okay? You're going to hit the ends here. You're also going to hit the inside of those two little areas there. We're going to hit the ends like that on each side. Okay. And then the other thing that you're going to do is you're going to hit around here, around the outside of this. This is going to really help when you come in with the lime green and the yellow. This is going to help, okay? So that you can get a really good glow. This is what's going to create glow depth eventually. Ooh, chili bitter brush. Yum. Good evening, Lulu. How you doing? Okay, I'm gonna go back in for a second coat on the eyes. Oops, no fibers. Keep fibers out of the picture, guys. Okay, you're also gonna paint these coils. It doesn't take as much time to do this when you're doing one after the other and say you weren't streaming. It will not take you as long. But I do remember something about this brush, and that is that we only use it for the eyes and then we put it back away. And then we come in with a different brush to push and pull paint around. If you're going to push and pull paint, you don't want to be using one of your good detail brushes. All right. We're going to do the coils. We're going to come in from the back side and get the coils. Want to make sure we get underneath, right? And then we're going to get the hoses. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to focus on 2 of these so that you guys can see this glow come together and we don't end up with 5 of them halfway painted. Okay? So we're just going to pull 2 out. One of these right here, right here. Other side. Okay, on the metal. Okay. Here. And here. These coils, even like my Necrons are painted in a primer that is actually silver metallic. And I will tell you that the coils always will show up the best places that you're going to make a glow in general if you guys put in the time for a couple of coats. You will come back for highlights like on the edge of that and whatnot. Okay, we've got 2 on the eyes. Then the last thing that you need to do with the white is going to be inside the rib cage. Not necessarily new, but depends on at what point you put it in. Having dinner with the wife and planning stuff. World domination, maybe. Okay. Lacquer thinner is what I used in the past, Monkey. Okay. Oh, good. You guys are working that out. This is, yeah, we're blocking. We're doing, Moke, we are, so the outcome is these guys like this. And what I am doing is the back glow. So we want this glow effect. But in order to get that glow effect, you have to have the white in the background if you want to do it just like this. So we are prepping it with white to get that glow. Thank you, Megatron, for tuning in over there on YouTube. Okay, so now you've got all of that. We've got to get the rib cage. Now, in the case of the rib cage, you need a brush. I use a liner. Okay, there we go. I use a liner because they're really thin and it's got a little bit of a long throw on it. This way I can get an adequate amount of paint to do the job. When we come in here to do this, we are, first of all, you want your brush to be holding a good tip. You might need to thin your paint a little bit, and you're going to go for the front. If this does not make it all the way to the back of the rib, it is okay, because the back of the rib is going to have a black spot in it. So it doesn't really matter. Sometimes it's just easier to get it in there if you do the whole rib. And that's why I do the white first and not the black. And you want a little pool of it right up towards the front there. You have to let this dry before you can bring the black into the picture. In this case, I'm going to, and sometimes you will end up painting on him, so you kind of want to keep an eye on that in case you end up painting somewhere where you don't want paint to be. See, like that right there. The good news is the handle of the gun's going to be black, so fine. All right, so we've got all of our areas of white. The chest plate, I started painting the chest plate black and then just painting the emblem because it looked better. Now, the other thing that you can do if you really want to get a good little bit of glow, like right around the front of the chest, is you can come in here and you can just get a tiny bit of white, and right around the front of the chest here, you can come in with a little bit, and what this will do is this will prep it so that if you decide to do a little bit of yellow around this area, like I have done, you'll get a little bit of inner glow, especially since I don't want too much. I kind of want it a little bit thinned out. Try not to drag it out of the rib cage. If you wait for the rib cage to dry before you do this, you can just use the side of the brush and it turns out quite well. There. So you get a little look like that. Okay. Now we're going to use him, and then we're going to use a guy whose arms we can lift up. There we go. We'll do this guy. That way we'll have two different styles that we're working on. So you can kind of also see the advantage. Thank you very much, Megatron, of having a guy whose arms you can lift up. I usually work from the top to the bottom also. I don't know if that's something that, you notice, but like, I won't paint his gun or his ribs and then come in here and try to get in there and paint the eyes, because I'm covering it up and ultimately I'm going to make mistakes. It's our Necron eye brush. Some of these Necrons, the little funnel that's inside there is an eye, is smaller on one side and larger on the other. And you may have to, especially these older guys. The new ones actually are a lot more symmetrical and better quality. So you want to get those in there really good. And then we want to come in here and get his ribs. And it's really easy because of the fact that, look, you can push his gun out of the way. So now you can kind of see what I'm doing. And we're just going in the front of each rib area, right? Like that. And you're putting your pre-glow. Oftentimes I don't even do that bottom one. If you want to spend the time doing the back ones too, somebody asked about that last time, that's up to you. You guys can totally do that. I also forgot that right here on the collar plate, that's a place I need to put a little highlight. Let's go back to that other guy. This really helps if you get this little highlight here, that really helps the face stand out really good. Okay, so once you get that all into place, then you're going to want to do the coils. I don't really need the liner for that. I can use the brush that pushes. That's the ugly brush. Get in here. You want to get those coils all the way up to the recess, okay? Because you're going to have, I'm going to use a green ink in that recess that's going to help with the glow factor. And so getting it all the way up to the recess helps the green ink look better. It makes it stand out a little bit more glowy. And while we're on this back side, we will also get the back hose. And I will try not to paint his hand and have to come back and paint it again. Okay. I kind of hold it up on my rubber glove because that coil is still wet and I don't want it all over his chest. It dries pretty quickly. White is one of the colors that dries really quickly. Get the front of that corrugated hose. And get the rest of the coil. And the hose. Really want to get a nice white coverage on the hoses, because what I do with the hoses, so I don't skimp on the paint on the hoses at all, guys. Really thick layer of paint on these hoses. Okay, nice and white. I want to get those hoses. Use my itch. I want to get all the way inside, all the way around. Okay. Now we just need a little bit right here. And right here. Okay. And then we're good. And we set him aside. Now we can go back to our other guy. Zefarius, you're so funny. They kind of are in a way mine because, you know, I mean, they're my little works. You know, I'm just learning to speed it up has been a real challenge for me. Okay, so now each thing that we do, we kind of want to do it in a sequence where if we're coming back on that thing, I do need to put out the color we are using for eyes. So just so that you guys know, and I hope that it is still here somewhere. And that actually, you know what? I wonder if what everybody loved about those eyes so bad. Wait a minute. Let me look closely. You know what? That was vermilion ink. So I was using this on them. But I think what I used on that one that everybody loved so much was actually this. I think I am going to grab a little cup and I'm going to test it because we can always go over it with the other one because remember we needed the 2 coats anyway. But I want to say that day when I did that, I wanted to make those eyes glowy, and ink is just such a good for glow because it's so thin and highly pigmented. Good night, Wavy. Okay. Good night, hun. You rest well. All right. So one thing we're going from the top. One thing we're going to do is we're going to come in here with the liner. And we're going to take our vermilion ink. Okay. And we're going to put a layer of vermilion ink just like we did the black. You remember how I did that? Fill the sockets. Dry the brush out. A liner doesn't wick, by the way. Not very well, anyhow. And then we're going to come in with a brush that is dried off and pull the ink back out. Okay. Hang on, guys. I'm going to get a good focus for you. There you go. Okay. Now, that has to dry, but you'll notice how it was the ink. It was the ink that was in the eyes they liked. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of that ink, a very, very small amount, like look at the palette over there, okay? That's a lot. Because vermilion, so vermilion is a deadly color, you guys. And then we're going to thin it. Okay. And we're going to, right around the eyebrow, pulling towards the eyebrow. And right along the cheekbone. With the ink, this takes a second. But I do have to admit, ink has a look that is definitely different than the acrylics do, and it's so smooth. Okay, now we want to take that ink again, and we want to come in here for these eyes. I got a liner, and I use the liner, the side of the liner, all the way around the crest of the eye. Socket, the socket. Seems like each time I do it, I get a little bit better at it. Okay, now the hello, Haley. I'm doing well. How are you? Okay, so this is the really difficult part because you're going back in on that eye. And you're making a white dot. Okay? You gotta let that white dot dry. When you put the second coat of the orange back in, the vermilion, it ends up covering over the black more. So you get a deeper orange around, a little bit more glowy orange, but a darker glowy orange around the outsides, but it stays glowy on the eyeball because you went back in and put that underglow. I am painting some Necrons right now, Haley. Necron painting. Now we're gonna come in. We're gonna ink dries on the palette quickly, so I want to make sure to go back in and get the eyes on the second one. You know, hold on. Okay, while I am here, so we've got the white already done, and then we've got the black in the background. So we're gonna come in for that ink, and we're gonna go ahead and do like we did with the black, where you fill the socket. You don't do that with the white. The white is just the little beads in his head. Okay, but the black, you fill the socket and then wick it back out. You can do the same thing with the orange. I don't think you're the only person watching me right now. Are you the only person watching me right now? That would be weird. Okay, so the sockets get filled with the ink like so. Liner doesn't work as a wicker, so you got to get a different brush to wick it out. Ooh, Wavy's still there. Hi, Gooey J. How you doing? Wow, long time no see. I usually let it sit for a little bit before I wick it out. Now, this is a way. You could leave them like that. Add a little glow if you want to. Notice how intense the glow on the face is when I build the ink. Now this is already dry. I'm going to come in here. This is the best. All right, now notice. Yes? If you want them to stand out even more and you dare, like if you got a really steady hand, you can drop a very fine line of ink, black, in the eyeball. And you don't even have to do the whole black thing that I do in the beginning. You can just do the whole orange step, white step, orange step, and then drop a black line in there. But I kind of like them to have this ominous glow around the outside. Well, hello, Ultra Squig. Scarlett is still watching in the other room while working on his DM. Oh, that is so sweet. That is so sweet. Oh, Ishan, that's good. I like when people are able to come in and be busy. So these eyes are effectively done until we come into doctor the green a little bit. And I'll show you. So this is not the final glow. There's actually a little bit of shading of green that I bring down over that to calm it down. In the meantime, we have got to come in here and we've got to give this little man his glow. So remember, I thinned the paint. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. What? Is that some sort of floral frog you're using for a palette? What? Wait. Oh, what? What do you mean, Ultra Squig? Squig? Is that some sort of floral frog you're using for a palette? No? Wait, I'm confused. This? It's my, I'm testing some products because I'm making an ink and wash holder for people's palettes. So I was testing some different companies and things that they made. What it does is it keeps your ink off the palette because ink soaks through palette paper. And we're designing one for people's wet palettes. So I got a few of them from some different companies to check them out. I'm not settled on one yet, so we ended up having a 3D rendering artist come on board to create one for us. Oh, that's terrible, Joe. That's terrible. That is terrible. Yep, always take before pictures. I always did that when I worked for the taxi cab place because people would use the taxi cab and they would damage it and then drop it off when it wasn't their turn or their route. So the glaze has to be built up in a couple of layers. Real thin, the ink real thin. You want to get the little outside of his eye socket there. And I kind of make it heavy over the eyebrows because, you know, glowing eyes. There we go. So you got a little glow going on him. Oh, no, it is not. Yes, I know what you're talking about, Ultra Squig. No, it is not. I had some little little sample products sent to me from some companies that thought that they might have what I needed. I don't like the way that it fits in a wet palette. I like the shape where it goes into a corner like that. But ultimately there was too many recesses in this one. Two of them that I got were warped. So basically I just decided that after using one that it needed to have certain things going on, and so we're having one custom designed now. Yes, Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I know what you're talking about now. All right, so now we're going to go back in to get that white spot, you guys. And remember, you just need a tiny little white spot to make that glow happen. I'm going to use the liner because it makes a really small white spot. We got to let that dry, and then we're going to just swap out. Okay, this guy's got his eyes done. Now let me show you a little trick with the glazing. So I'm using the ink that is, oh, we don't need the liner for that. The ink that is the Dollar Rowney, and it is metallic lime green. Oh, Wavy, then I will reach out to you about something else that we have going on. But don't worry, mate. He's a member of the crew. Absolutely wonderful. And, yeah. So it's really, really seriously, though, was very much interested in designing thingamabobbies. So that's kind of how that happened. He's a kind of an inventor, is one of the things that he does. All right, so we got that green, the metallic green, and we're putting the metallic green on the head and pulling that metallic green down over the glow. A little bit down here too. A little bit. And we'll just take a little bit of this metallic green, right? And I'm going to use it in a few areas to just kind of like, you know, make them a little more green and a little more poppy. In the areas primarily where the gun might be given a little bit more glow, right? A little bit on the leg here, a little underglow. Thin, a little bit on the crest of the hips here, where you see that green coming through. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to put this on the area of the chest that's over the white, but it's so thin that you can see right through it. And I'll even bring that in around the side here to tie the ribs in. You can use the side of your brush. That way you won't end up getting it in your rib cage. A little bit on this one too here. And I'll show this up to you nice and close so you guys can see what's going on here. Make sure we got it up under the arm there. And what we're doing is building that nice green glow. But I'm also at the same time touching up the metallic of his armor. I don't know if it would be considered armor or not. There we go. Now, as we do this, it softens the glow around the face a little bit. Glasses. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I always forget which direction to turn. There we go. See how it softens the glow a little around the face? Now the white, that one little white dot in each eye, then glazing over it with the vermilion ink, that's what gives that 3D glow. The black behind the ink is what causes the vermilion ink to look dark around the eye. That dark around the eye ultimately makes the eye look more glowy because you've got that contrast. And then when I bring the really thin green in, the green metallic, it softens the glow, but still looks like the glow is on metallic paint. Okay, now let's get this other guy. Let's step him up to that same level He needs his orange. I'll focus in here for you guys. Okay, hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute, noob. Let me focus in here so we're not looking at a... The other thing you can do that's kind of cool, we could do that this guy's eyes. Let me show you something else that's really kind of cool. I want to show you something neat. We can change his eyes up just that much personality. There we go. Let me see. Well, Joe, you know, you're going to have to tell her that that's something she absolutely has to do. Sergeant Morb, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard our pirate ship. Remind me about, well, actually, you probably won't remember, Wavy, but I will have Geek send you a DM. And I do want to talk to you about something if you are interested. I do have a thing that we need a guy for, or a gal, or, you know, an octopus, you know, whatever. Let me see. Welcome, welcome. Yes. Joe, you're going to have to talk to her about that car thing, because this is not going to be good. Hopefully, because she works for them, they will claim it on their insurance. Hello, Dylan, and welcome. Welcome in, Dylan. Now get to mopping the deck, damn it. Seriously, you just can't leave it this long. Okay, noob. Is the best way to do OSL, just draw a straight line, then glaze on those surfaces. OSL. Noob, do you mean edge highlighting? Or draw a straight line? Oh, no, I know. Okay, I know what you're asking. Okay, so right, I got it. I got confused there for a second. So drawing a straight line, whatever is closest to the object is the most vibrant. And as you move away from the object, like down the arm, down the cloak, away from the object, it gets darker and less obvious. OSL, you can do so many ways. There's easy ways to do it, and there's difficult ways to do it, and there's so many ways. One of the ways that I have found that works very well is very similar to how I taught you guys how to use a soft brush to create zenithal highlighting. If you are able with an ink to create a very thin glaze and glaze the areas that you're going to do the source lighting on that are close to the source, those you put little glazes of the, like what I'm doing. This is similar. This is kind of an object source lighting in a way. It is a glow effect, yes, but the way that it looks so glowy is getting that white in the background. If you just paint plain white, it can look a little doughy. I find that ink works the best, and if you have the ability to put it on, like I showed you how to do the zenithal highlighting, I find that to be the most successful. Now, if you're doing object source lighting and their clothing is lighter, there's really not a whole need for the white if the light is a different color. Let's say somebody's wearing a yellow cloak and the light is green. It's going to work. But let's say they're wearing a black cloak and the light is red. A little more challenging. So it kind of depends on what color is the light, what color is the light on. And on skin, I find what works really good is sometimes under the underglow and also transparent paint. For certain, depending on what the light is. Like firelight, transparent paint works great for firelight. It really does. Because you can get that nice warm golden glow. You can even do that with opaque paints. And there is a way to do OSL where you are using your regular paints and you just thin and glaze. You just got to be careful about the buildup. Yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable, Joe. It's going to be uncomfortable. You're on your way to Twitch then? Dylan, you so funny. You're so funny. Okay, so hopefully that was helpful. You guys, don't run off. I need to take a really quick bio and grab myself a handful of nuts. Oh, Jesus. Don't say it. Don't say it. I know exactly where that went, you guys. I got your number. I got your number. Okay, so let's see. On a plasma pistol, would I do the hand? That's going to be your call. As the artist, that needs to be your call. So what I find with OSL that a lot of people do that can ruin it, and I've done it, is when you get too excited. The whole thing that made my Necrons not work when I was first doing them is getting too excited with the glow. Like the legs were all glowy, everything was just glowing, and it was all glowing, and then the next thing you know, I just lost the shape. So I'm actually going to come back in here and darken up the legs a little bit farther up the body. Okay. The only reason I keep the hips a little bit lighter color is because when his gun is positioned, check it out. When his gun is positioned, do you see the little bit of glow on his hips and the tops of the thighs there? Because there will be a little bit of that. But one of the things that a lot of people do is get too excited with object source lighting, and they just get too much going on. You got to kind of bring it in and give it a character. You know, treat it as if it's a separate entity, the object. And then from that object, create the glow. And remember your perspective, right? So it's not just a straight line. It's more like a triangle, depending on what the glow is. Okay, so like if you just had a flashlight, but still that's going to be a triangle going out, right? If it's a campfire, it's going to be that, you know, lighter at the feet and then trickling up the body. So it really does. You got to treat the object as if it is a separate entity, and then you're going to make a relationship between the two. And using the shapes. So like if I was standing by a campfire and if I was standing by a campfire, my boobs would glow. That's a perfect example because it stands out farther from my body. But the top of them wouldn't. The bottom of them would, because they stand out far away from the body. So thinking about those things, where the light direction is coming from, and making sure that you got your shadows in the right places, because that's actually what's going to make the glow look the best, is having your shadows in the right places. Geek, she's on her way. Who's on her way? Yeah, I'm going. Learn how to... Oh my gosh, you guys are just hopeless. Okay, I'm going to be right back. You guys hang tight with this little Necron baby. He will keep you company. He's a little drunk. These Necrons really... But you know what? That's what it is. They got into the rum. I'll be right back, you guys. Exactly. I'm going, Scooter. I'm going. Okay. While I have a few of you here, I need to give you a few pieces of information that are very important. Okay. Number one and foremost, you need to know that this slot that I'm streaming in today is changing. This is the last Tuesday that I will be streaming at this time. Technical Tuesdays are being shifted to 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time till 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. if I'm feeling frisky. Okay? And I want you guys to mark your calendars so that you remember that and don't think that I just fell off the edge of the world. Okay? And the other thing I want to tell you about was anybody out there may have been, because we got sidetracked with Necrons and raids. The raids came in. Was anybody out there for the Forbias charity stream that we did? Forbias was a dear member of our community, also a friend of mine personally, and he passed in December. We plan on having a wake for him in the near future. And if you guys were here for that, then you know the story of the house burning down. And you know that I am friends personally with his family. His family has asked me to represent them. Zelius, I'm talking about something very serious right now. You're here to cause biodevastation. So I was personal friends with him. I had met his aunt, who was his roommate. Welcome aboard, Zelius. The aunt survived, and so they have asked me to be the one to talk to the community about things because they were not part of the community and they don't know a whole lot about it. Recently, I met with his brother at a game store. That's the pieces that I'm painting, the antique Eldar that I'm painting. These guys belong to the brother, and the brother and I connected, and we talked some more about Forbias's miniatures, paint, and the community. And they've asked me to handle a few things. Now, when I went to the house, one of the things that I was doing was looking for something that may have survived the fire that could represent Forbias, and also because he used to be a chef and he wanted our kitchen to have some of his equipment because he did not use it anymore. And so his aunt had contacted me to go to the house to see if any of the equipment at the house made it for our cooking stream that we do quarterly. We were going to do one a month, but it turned out to be too much because we have to move all of the filming gear to the kitchen. So we're going to at least do one quarterly, and we're working on new gear just for the kitchen for the cooking streams, okay? So what I found, and I don't know everybody who knows all the story, but Lamunes, one Lord of the Butterflies, painted by Brush for Hire. Brush for Hire painted it for the charity stream. And when we hit certain goal marks, there were different artists around the world that gave pieces of art away at the point where we hit that goal mark. When Lamunes won the Lord of the Butterflies, he requested to have it sent to Forbias, who was ill. So Brush sent it to me because I live close to him and I would see him now and again. Just before Christmas last year, I delivered the Lord of the Butterflies to Forbias, and it was put in a special place to be displayed in the living room, unlike most of his miniatures that he put on a shelf in his little studio area in his room. And at that time, he gave me the giant sea turtle that he had painted for the ship. Her name is Moana, and she is the guardian, one of the guardians of our ship. She watches out for dangers of the sea underwater. The Lord of the Butterflies, that was the last time that I saw Forbias, was, I want to say December 23rd. And then I found out right after the New Year, his family got a hold of me and told me what had happened. when I went to the house, I'm not kidding you, it was devastating. But poking out from underneath of some insulation over by the fireplace, I saw the claws on the Lord of the Butterflies' back poking out, and I knew it was him. And I salvaged the Lord of the Butterflies from the rubble. He is still intact. He was on a wooden plinth and the bottom of his legs are burnt off, but he is still intact. Originally, I was going to I thought I was. I don't know. I was just having a hard time, you guys. I'm just having a hard time. But after a lot of thinking, I reached out to Brush for Hire and asked Brush if he would repaint the Lord of the Butterflies rise from the ashes. And he said yes. So Brush for Hire will be painting Lord of the Butterflies for me in memory of Forbias. And because I have met Forbias's brother, I will be painting. His favorite thing in the whole world is Marvin the Martian. So I'm going to be getting a Marvin the Martian with K9, and I will be painting Marvin the Martian and K9 for his brother. And then what I am going to do, once Forbias is done with Lord of the Butterflies, is I'm going to gift it to his brother for his desk. And this is what we are doing. So, I don't know when we will be holding the official wake, but what I do know is that also what I will be doing is that at some point when Brush is painting the Lord of the Butterflies, a Geek and I are going to drive to where Brush is. I've talked to Brush about doing a little powwow co-stream for you guys. And we're going to go stay in a hotel out there, and we're going to do a live co-stream with Brush for the community, which may very well be a charity stream at that time for a kidney foundation. So I'm just letting you guys kind of know what it is that we planned. I haven't talked to Brush about the charity part of it. I want to make sure that he wants to do that, as a charity, because he does a lot of charities, and then at some point in time, the Butterfly Lord will come back to us, and then we will deliver him to Mike. That is Forbias's brother, who I guess we're going to go game at the game store sometimes with Mike. So I lost a friend, but I kind of gained another one. Yeah, so that's that. And some folks didn't want to hear about that, and I apologize for the people that left that didn't want to hear that, but I felt like while I had you all here as a big group, that I should let you guys all know what is going on, because I know there's a lot of you that were there for that charity stream, and those are the plans. I'm really grateful to Brush that he will be repainting it, and I'm very excited to see what Rise from the Ashes looks like. And I'm looking forward to painting this cartoon character for his brother, and also finishing up these cool minis that he sent home with me. And it's been an experience. It's been an experience. So yeah, that, and I will let you guys know at least a month in advance before we do the wake, because I would definitely like to open that as a different situation than painting. Perhaps we will do some cooking. I don't know. I think cooking would be a good subject for a wake, because usually people bring alcohol and food, and I want to celebrate his life, and I want to celebrate art, because this community was pretty much everything to Forbias, and our friendship, because he wasn't very mobile. So, and he won something when he first dropped into our channel. He won something from our channel, and he was so close to us, we decided to invite him out for lunch, and that is how I met Forbias. he found me on the internet, and then we became real friends. But it's been tearing me up, and I've been a little bit awkward lately, and I just want to let you guys that one of the reasons I've been this way is because I've just been a little emotional, and I apologize. And Mini Peter Luke is raiding us. I know, right? That's what I need. That's what I need. Oh, Scarlet, no crying, no crying. I'm not gonna cry. I've done enough of that. Mini Painter Luke, welcome aboard, my friend. Wait, this is the Mini Miniature Painter. I'm sorry. I'm so dyslexic. Welcome aboard and thank you for the follow. Hold on, that's a long one. The Mini Miniature Painter. Hey. Oh my gosh. That was dyslexia at its utmost there. Yes, he totally was, Joe Ferk. He totally was. Yeah, well, that's quite a mouthful. and I thought it said, you know, Mini Painter Luke in my mind is his usually is in green when he comes in here, so. Yes, Dark Virtue, for some reason I seem to have acknowledged that my friend is missing, and I think that seeing his brother, I mean, they literally are, they're not for real, like literally IRL, but wow, what a resemblance. They look like fraternal twins. And so also, you know, some of the health issues are similar, their movements and things. So it was just a lot. It was just a lot. Going to the house, it was heavy. It was just really, really heavy. Thank you so much for that raid. I'm gonna just miniature painter. We're gonna we're just gonna go with miniature painter. How about MP? Can we do MP? You guys, you know, and that's what I'm thinking too. Is just, you know, everybody can bring their choice of drinks and we'll gather in the kitchen. Mini. Oh, mini works too. Thank you, Zelius. Thank you. You'll pass on the food and booze, but you'll do some art with your, you know what? Hey. And we're going to do an Artists Connect in the future too, Zelius. We're planning another one for this year. I'd like that to be an annual thing. I just have to, it has to be, for the captain, it has to be the right subject and the right timing. It's gotta be the right subject. So, yeah. So there's not going to be any crying. There's no crying in Necrons. Okay. So we got these guys this far. You got all your underglow. This guy needs that little bit of, I'm sorry, you guys. I don't mean to cut that conversation short, but that's as much as I can do right now. Okay. Mini me. Oh. Yeah, it makes my my throat hurt and my chest hurt. All right, so we have to come in here and get that green on this guy. He didn't get his little bit of green ink, so we're gonna come in and give him that same love that the other guy got. A little bit of green ink. And remember, this ink kind of shows under what you're going to do. Okay, we're going to thin a little bit of it. Yes, you go right ahead. You go, Zelius, go. It'll be entertaining. And then we're going to choose the areas where we feel like the gun is going to be adding some magical glow. Want to get over that orange a little bit with some of this green. up here at the top of the thighs. And then remember that little crest of the hips that I was talking about earlier? Biological chaos. Yeah, okay, that's okay. Now, on his, we're gonna set that guy aside. I actually do have to go back and get that collarbone just right. It's lime, the yellow lime. Huh? That just kind of surrounds the face and gives them right? Okay. Now, on this gun guy here, so this color of green is not gonna be your bestest of friends, but what would look really good, and we want to try to, one of the things that I try to do is travel between the colors quickly. I'm gonna have some yellow, lemon yellow, and some darker ink that's gonna go at the base. Let me make sure this is the ink. There we go. This is an intensity ink. Okay, and right after that, grab the lime ink. I mean the lime. While the intensity ink is still wet. Lemon yellow. Remember where we painted this white down here? Right? This is some regular green, Christmas tree green paint by Reaper. This is the lime. This is the lemon yellow. Okay, notice that I drag a little. Regular green, lime. I'm drying the brush off on a paper towel in between, lemon yellow, and dancing that back and forth between the two. Okay? Now, that gun in that lemon yellow, it's going to need you to come in here and drop it a few times in the area to really get the yellow. It's the lemon yellow by Reaper is just a little bit thin. You could use an ink if you wanted to really bring that up. And then we're going to go for the lime. Okay. Now when you do this lime, you can carry that right onto the front of the gun here where it's facing on it. The part of the metal that's facing directly towards this, and get that painted.
Oh, good, I can't maneuver.
Oh.
Stay on target.
We're too close.
Stay on target.
We're going to get these up here. I'm going to go over those right there. Right? I'm going to mix the lime and the yellow. A little more yellow than lime. Thin it. whole front of the gun. Okay. Back in that ink. These areas at the ends of the glow rods. Okay. We got that yellow kind of built up. Now we're going for the white. I don't even rinse the brush because what it does is it turns it yellowy white. Sorry, that one's really hard to get and stay on camera.
Here's your reminder. Take out the dog.
Has the dog had dinner? Okay. White and yellow.
Here's your reminder.
Alexa, this
Take out
mask.
the dog.
Notice I'm patting. Okay. Then I'm going to come and get that mixture. Yellow and lime. Patting. Okay. Thin the yellow. White. White, white. White again. White and yellow. On each side of those bands. Okay, now we're going to get a really, really thin brush. Okay, white. We want the brush to be rounded. I'm patting it. Okay. Intensity ink. Distilled water. I feel like the thing that works the very, very best, like even better than intensity ink, is let me make sure I have a green. Hang tight. This one's good. I have a P3 that's really close to an ink. Okay. I really want it to be super dark. And the intensity ink, believe it or not, the intensity ink almost doesn't deliver the amount of color that I need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add P3. The ink is like really very, very, very strong. So, okay. I'm going to use a liner for this. If everything goes well. Sometimes you have to come back in and re-highlight. I just touch the, just pick up the ink and then I just touch to an intersection on the gun. And if you lube the tracks before you go in to do it, it'll just bleed itself into all these recesses. And there won't be a whole lot of work involved on your part. Okay. And what that does is that creates the center portion
Go get over to that seat. Make sure I don't forget where you're at.
Now I use the intensity ink because it's a different color to darken up some of the okay, hang on, this is time sensitive. This is how I make it look, the details, like it's got more details than it may actually have. In those areas, a little bit of the lime. Pick up a little bit of the ink. On each side, you're going to actually pick that up from the recess and pull that forward, like so. I'd have to say probably one of the more tedious parts of it is definitely the gun. I like to make sure that all those little bright spots there, or the spots that I think should be bright spots, are actually. Got a little bit of white. You'll have to come back for the ink on that one, but it's not a big deal. Are you guys just being completely and utterly chaotic out there? Is that what's going on? How's it going? I kind of drag a little bit of the darker green down also onto the front. And get every one of the little recesses. just to kind of shape up the little shape of the gun. And get that green spread around a little bit. Now we're going to let that dry. While that's drying, I'm going to come into these coils and we're going to take the yellow. Yeah, I might, Scarlet. I'm going to take the yellow and I'm going to come in here and we're going to paint these coils with the yellow. Okay? That lemon yellow. And you're going to get those coils all nice and yellow. And while they're wet, I'm going to go back for the white and put some white polka dots while it's wet. Like that. Okay? Flip him. It's a little harder to get in from the backside, so, you know, be patient. A little blob of white, and just drop that little blob of white right on the coils from the backside. Okay? Gotta let that dry. You going to bed, Scarlet? Oh, good night, Scarlet. Thank you so much for joining us, mate. And now I'm going back for that yellow and lime that we mixed together. And you come in and you use that as a glaze to kind of polish up the glow. So it's a little more neon than it is white. You're going to need some of that to hit some areas in the gun. You just want to put little spots like that. The ink is still wet, so it's going to leach out. But what this does is it gives it a non-consistent form. Good night, Scarlet. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. Okay, now the hose. So the hoses, you're going to take the darkest of the greens that you have. I usually take the regular green because, you know, wet blending, the regular acrylics mix really, really well. And I'll add a little bit of the ink to it to create a dark color. Now the first color that I use on the hose is the lime green. And I'm going to put a nice, whoop, my brush had water. Gotta look out for that. Wick that all away. Okay. And we want to get on the other side. And we're going to get this hose too. Okay. And once we get those hoses with the lime green color on them, we're going to come in there with this dark green that we've got developed here. Hold on. I got to wick that out of there. I'm using a different brand of paint for the lime. I'm going to use that dark green. You're going to come right up here at the start of the hose where it connects to the gun. And you're going to put a little dark green right there. You come in with the yellow and put the yellow here and here. Flip it over. Get that yellow in the same spot on the other side. I'm going to use the regular acrylic dark green. The ink is not playing this game. There we go. Dark green at the top of the hose. And then I'm going to use the side of the paintbrush to kind of pat it down. Same thing on the other side. And I'm going to come in there and I'm going to take white. All the paint is still wet. A little more lime, dab it in there. A little more yellow. The object of this is actually to create texture with the paint. A little white. If it gets in a place you don't want it, just wick it out. And to blend. And kind of go back and forth between the colors until all of a sudden it looks the way you want it to. You'll be like, oh, look, I did that. And you'll be happy with it. Okay. Right here. I'm going to wick that out. So that the hoses are not stuck together with green paint. You got to kind of go back and forth on each end. Probably the second most intricate part besides their little eyes. All right. Now that's got to just sit and dry, and his gun needs to dry anyway. About the most else you could probably get away with is going to be on the gun. We're going to take that dark green ink and you're going to put it along these lines. Some of them it will bleed into, and that looks good when it does that. That looks good. You like it when it does that. Same thing on the other side. A liner is best for this. It starts to make it look a little bit alive, like it's got power surging. There we go. I want to keep that nice and green if I can. Okay, let me set that guy aside so we don't mess up his gun. What I was going to show you on this guy is that you could make a little glaze with your yellow and a tiny, tiny bit of green. And we can glaze these eyes in over the white and make them yellow. So he had yellow glowing eyes, and in just a minute we'll put a glaze in there. Okay, the same thing with this gun. It's a little bit different because it's shaped differently, but kind of the same concept. Try not to paint his face when you get it up over his head. That's the lime green. I don't actually need the liner for this, but hey. Again, on the dark part, up where the hose connects to the gun. I've done a lot of these. They're easier for me than the shape of the other guns. The lime. The yellow. And the white. You got to get quite a bit of the white on the brush if the paint is still wet when you're doing this, to get it to move and ooze into one another. And to get that good blend. I'm just really using quite a bit of paint, and actually the texture helps with the whole effect in general. Okay, on this, this is metal here. One of the things that we need to do is get this glow. So I'm going to use a little bit of lime. Right? And I'm going to take a little bit of that whitish yellow that we mixed up, a little bit of yellow and white, and put it like in the center of that. Sometimes you got to come back for it a couple times, but right on the tip of that too. Oops. My fingering is in his... Okay, it's okay. Didn't wreck it. I'm going to take a little bit of that white and put a couple of those spots on his coils here. All the way around. Want some on the back side too. And then we got to let his coils dry, and we'll come back to this guy. Okay, I'm going to mix a little bit more of the white and yellow together to get that yellowy white color, so that we can get the little bouncing glow in here. Basically, you just want to get little pieces of it so that you can see the glow, but not cover the whole thing in the white. A little reflection up on these guys here. And then I'll take some of that limey color and come in here and get some of that spread around. I kind of keep the white towards the outside of the gun where we're looking at it, so you can kind of get that glow effect as you're looking at the cron. We do kind of want to come back in here and maybe doctor that area a little bit. Little bit of the ink got away from me. There we go. Hello, Lady B. How you doing? Okay. I do believe that something that we missed here is when we were painting this guy, we did get a little bit of that metallic, but we did not get his weird leg. All right, now we're going to take the yellow and going to thin it. What is up this evening, my dear? And you're going to add this to areas where you might see a little bit of glow happening. This is just the yellow thinned. We're keeping the glow kind of tight. And I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna go over the rib cage. And as you're going over the rib cage, you're gonna let a little bit of this yellow into the very front of the rib cage over the white. It's gonna be right in the front. So as you hit the glow of the rib cage, you also put that paintbrush in there to get the ribs yellow like that. Now, before I get too excited, I'm gonna have to paint his emblem black, and that's one thing. I'm gonna wait for the yellow to dry though, because you don't want to be doing that while you've got wet paint hanging out. In some areas where you've got a little bit more intense glow, remember that his armor is green, so a little bit of a lift by using a little bit of just that neon yellow will actually add a really good effect. It's going to kind of look lime green, and you can take and make a few areas kind of pop, like his chin. Going over the glow around his eyes will make it a little bit more brighter and more brighter. There we go. A little bit maybe on this hand here. Hold on. You do have to thin it a little bit. Aw. Good night, AJ. Thank you for coming in. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. All right, so that kind of centers your glow up a little. You do want to get a nice coverage of this lemon yellow around the ribs, because when we come in with the other colors to bring the shadows down, you will see why. I'm going to take it's a very dark green intensity ink, and I paint that over the area that has the tubes in between here. I use the intensity ink. Just a really dark green transparent color. Okay. Now I'm going to come in for that yellow for this guy. Gonna get that right in the front of the rib cage there. This area that I'm getting under the collarbone ultimately is going to be a shadow right up there. I usually do their chins as well, but I think if you were to look at it now, hold on just a minute, let me get that in there just right. If the yellow doesn't show up vibrant enough when you just are washing over the ribs, just come back. It's pretty transparent, so sometimes you need to go back with it and give it another go if you're using the same color I'm using. But you'll notice that it creates more of a limey green because we're putting it over that metallic. And then when I'm putting it on the armor, I'm thinning it considerably and pulling down. He's going to have a tube that goes in here. it's going to have some glow. But I'm pulling down towards the light where the glow is happening. It's really hard to get his fingers without taking the detail out of the
Welcome
fingers.
aboard the blast earth.
We're gonna get the top of the thighs. Thank you so much for that follow, Scablam. Thank you. Top of the thighs here, pulling it towards the body. See there? And then back over those lime green spots we put on his hips, because when this gun is down here, then you get that little bit. But now the other thing that I'm going to do that I had mentioned was coming in here and kind of darkening this part up. This is going to really help make it even pop more. So you'll basically be glazing in a bit of a shadow here on the legs, which will make your glow stand out even better. Same thing on this guy. I don't know that I actually got the yellow glow on him yet. As in on his legs. But sometimes you got to go back in and get certain areas, again, that you may notice really need a shadow, and just try not to get it all over your glow effects, and you'll be doing okay. Like I probably should have painted under these shoulder pads before we got crazy with all the glow. That would have been a good idea, because this is going to help this shadow. Your shadows help your, notice your glow effects stand out better. Probably should have got that beforehand. And then I got a glow there that doesn't belong there. You can go back in with your shadows and yes, Lady B, they are. All right, and then now we've got all of that taken care of. We got to come in here with this black, and we've got to get his chest plate. I'm going to use the black ink because I like the contrast, or I like the contrast that the ink has. That mixture we made with the Nuln oil and the heavy body paint, I really like the contrast that that color has, because it's got that blue tone to it. Okay, so, and I thinned it a little bit, and then I put it in there, and then you kind of see the plate standing out. So we want to get that while the paint all around it isn't wet. Otherwise it kind of turns into a bit of a deal. And ever so little right in that recess at the front of the rib cage, I want to get that painted as well. Well, a little black line right in there to separate his plate from his body, so that we have that nice separation there. I just let a little bit of ink fall right in there. Good night, Dylan. Okay, now while we are here, we're going to take that same ink, and at the back of each rib, farthest away from the plate, we're going to touch that ink in. I can tell you that a liner works really good for this. Like so. Now the other thing that has to be done is you gotta take that same little bit of green, because these need shadows. Tighten that shadow up with the tiniest bit of the glow. Okay, now on the sides here, I'm going to take some of that, the green metallic, and I will mix the green metallic with the intensity ink. More intensity ink than green metallic. And bring it around the side a little bit, but also I'm going to bring it onto his body. I don't recommend doing this until you've got accustomed to all the paints that you're working with while your paint is wet. So don't follow my example here, because you could ultimately end up with your brush in there and it sucks. Okay, so now we're going to let him dry, and we're going to come back to this guy. And we're going to do that same thing for this guy. Now this guy being, you know, no arms over the head situation, you're going to want to use a liner to get in there, because chances are you'll probably end up painting where you don't want to paint if you can't move the gun out of your way. Sorry when it gets really tedious. So there we go. I think this guy needs his vermilion glaze over his yellow eyes. Remember that rarely, and I still think they look better vermilion though. I really do. Yeah, it's just too cool. Now remember that the way that you get that glow is that little dot on this one. I'm hoping it's going to work. I'm going to try to, when the paint is wet, if you get it just right, you should be able to get it to kind of bleed into the recesses. And then you can almost get a glow around the outside of the eye. It's really hard though, because you're working in such a tiny space. Okay. All right. Whoop. It helps if you rinse the vermilion out of your brush. I see that the ink is not on this one. Trying not to paint that on his face there. Sometimes after you've got all of it put in, it helps to come back with a little drop of white just to create that confusion of color that creates a little bit of the energy source. The other thing too is that you can get a really good dark line right here that really makes the hose pop a lot. So I kind of come back in with one of the inks, and even like maybe even the an ink in the black family, like the Payne's Gray. But if you can get that in there, that really makes those hoses pop when they're really dark up there like that. It gives like a whole another effect to it. Hang on, I gotta pull that out. I guess in some instances. There it is. That's what's missing. Okay. Okay. Back to this guy. I'm gonna finish him. All right. Okay, so we're painting in the inside to the outside. So we've got the intensity ink, which is that kind of olivey green mixed with some of the metallic. And if you remember, it was mostly the intensity ink, and then we're going to come in here and we're going to get, you want to try to kind of keep it out of the recesses there, because it'll kind of turn it metallic-y, and we're trying to avoid that. It's a very thin glaze. You're going to come like over some of the highlights a little bit to create more interest. It's clear, you're glazing. We're going to come over the ribs, going towards the yellow. About, you want to go a little bit more than halfway, otherwise things, if you just go halfway, or you can do a little bit less than halfway. The halfway point and every rib being the same distance will give it a little bit too much symmetry. Symmetry? No. Is it symmetry? Symmetracy. No? No. Symmetry? Did I have it right? Okay. And then I'll put a little bit of this on the, a little bit on some dark areas to bring that metallic into play. Gonna get it again. Okay, I'm gonna sneak in here with the ugly brush. We're gonna put the ugly brush in the silver metallic, the lead belcher that we're using. We want to get all the water off. You want to go into your metallic. You're gonna get the majority of it off the brush, okay? And come in here and kind of pat the areas of these hoses. It's kind of, A little awkward. There you go. There, a little bit of shine underneath it there. And you come back and you kill that with a little bit of a glaze. But we want to get that on both guys. On this guy, you're going to be going against the grain. So the opposite direction that the little striations in his hoses are going. Okay. With that metallic. That's the metallic that's mixed with the intensity ink, right? And then you remember that right up here on the collarbone area, we were dragging a little bit of it towards the highlight to get that really good color of green in there. And a little bit of it in some of the darker areas of armor. This is just bringing the green into play. But not the same color green that you were using before, because you've mixed it. Okay, I gotta do a side by side. Right, we're ready for the inks. There's some clear yellow. Over the vermilion. Gives that vermilion a little more flow. All right, this guy, a little bit more tedious because of the type of gun that he has. Okay. One thing we have to get before we can continue with his gun is this hose issue thing fixed. Delicious. Okay. Ready for this? Okie doke. Let me get that black. And actually, you could, in this case, we are doing a real nice strong contrast happening here. I'm actually going to use a color that is called Nightshade by Reaper. Oh yeah, it's happening. I'm gonna finish this fuckers. I've got like 27 minutes. Watch it. Oh yeah, babies. That is great. Ooh, my homemade. That's delicious. Okay, first, we're just going to get some black. No metallic. Okay, we might need the liner for this. You're going to need a fine brush. Liners don't have a lot of tip control, I'll be honest with you. And that lack of tip control can cost you. So good night, Fox. Thank you so much for hanging out. Did you get something in the Love Gallery, mate? I want to shout you out on Friday. I really appreciate the raid, like big time, man. Thank you so much for bringing your peeps in here. Did you get a chance to shout? I want to shout you out on Friday, and I hope that somebody shouted you out in the channel. On Technical Tuesdays, I'm a little whacked out, gone on what I'm working on. Hey, Grundy, I didn't see you out there, mate. What is up? Thanks for popping in. Did you come in with Fox? Oh, you flew in solo. Rock on. Well, hey, welcome. I'm out. I think I'm going to finish them both tonight. I've got 23 minutes and counting, and I feel pretty confident about it. Okay, so I take a few pieces here that are in the sights of the glow, where I can create a little bit of contrast, and I go ahead and I paint those things with the black. This is not pure black. This is actually a color by Reaper that is just super dark purple and looks black. I believe it's called Nightshade. It's one of my favorites, but I will come in and choose a few areas to use the flat paint on the matte paint. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mix up some metallic here in just a second. Oh my god, I bet that is epic. Hey dude, like throw those in the Love Gallery. That sounds like fun. I'd love to see them. Friday, I'm gonna get to go in the Love Gallery. It's gonna be glorious. Probably gonna be like an hour. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Love Gallery is when I get to catch up on what everybody's working on. It's so cool. I love it. Every now and then I make it into Instagram and I'm lucky and I get to see, but man, I fall down that rabbit hole, dude, and I just gotta look out or I don't get any work done. Okay, so I've chose these areas, notice, on the gun to make them matte. Oh my goodness. Phoenix Miniature Art, welcome and thank you so much for the raid.
Welcome aboard the Black.
Thank you for the follows. I am Captain Madlove. Welcome aboard our crazy pirate ship. I am rocking some crons this evening, trying to get them done before a specific point. I generally don't, because I'm slow and people distract me, and I love that they distract me. And I'd rather talk to people than paint. But I'm making some serious progress on this guy today. What are you guys up to? Oh, sorry. Sorry about the camera. We don't have our guys here to shout it out. Sorry, guys. Oh, Grundy, it is exclamation point target, I think. Oh, it's redeem target. Exclamation point redeem target. Chat did. Thank you, chat. You guys. So literally, okay, we started here. Here we go. We started here. This is where we're at. Let me get a better. On two. Thank you, Grundy. Thank you very much. I do take pride in that. And this is where we want to get. So we are so close. We are so close, okay? So what I was showing everybody is the parts of the gun that I choose to make the matte color. Okay? And then I'm going to come back in. What is that sound? Or? Oh. We want to get this glow on here real good, right? So we're going to come back over this. Remember, we painted that part white. So listen, go ahead and put something in the love gallery, Phoenix. I will definitely shout you out on Friday. I don't usually have my mods with me too much on Tuesdays. We do a lot more focused painting. And I was letting everybody know I'm changing my hours on Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 2 p.m. 3 p.m. if I'm feeling frisky. So this is the last Tuesday evening that I will be streaming for a while. I'm really glad that you like it. I'd love to see. Oh, you know what I forgot? Oh my gosh, you guys, you're not even gonna believe this. Look, I like totally forgot the top of his freaking gun, where the glow coil is up in here. It's not even painted. Grr. Okay, now we gotta let that guy dry. We'll come to this guy. Okay, so same thing with this guy. You're gonna pick out some spots you want to be matte. So in the Discord, Phoenix, exclamation point, links will give you everything you need to know about me, you guys. We are working on a YouTube subscriber goal. If you guys can help, we need 1,000. I think we're at like 389. It's a long road. Thank you, Piasto, for following. All right, so same thing on this gun. I'm gonna pick out some places where you want to get that matte black in there that you think will give a little bit of pop, like, you know, the handle here obviously can be separated from his hand, and that'll look really good. You know, that's going to make his pretty little fingers stand out. You know how the captain loves little fingers. So yeah, you can just go into the love gallery, and it's the one with the 2 kissy marks in front of it. Stream love gallery. And if you put all of your information in there, Phoenix, if you don't have a picture, that's fine. But if you put your information in there, I will shout you out on Friday, because I truly do appreciate the raid. I really do. And I usually don't have a lot of time to go on Instagram and shout out all the raids I get. Make sure you don't paint his face. We're good. I didn't paint his face. That's awesome. There we go. All right, let's see. We probably could hit this part. He's going to need a few extra parts because he doesn't have the same style of gun. But what I really don't want to do is paint his face black. Okay. All right, we're going to paint this with the matte and across there. And as long as we're there, we'll go ahead and get like the edge of this, because it's going to be hard to do it any other color. But if you don't paint that little area of tube right there, that's going to look really cool. Now, getting to the back of these guys is like a super project here. So you got to kind of like sneak in with your brush and try not to paint the back of your hose black. Right? Uh-oh. I got a little bit on there. Okay, but that's okay, because these being the back side, it's going to be okay. Now, we got this area here on that's at the top of the hose and at the base of the gun. Hold on, I'll show you that up a little closer. That little area. Yep, we could probably do that matte, and it'll really do well. And these little areas that are shadows, because you're going to be coming in with another color of black, so you can totally just stuff the brush right down in there and get those, like literally push it and get these little recesses that are shadows there. Trying to be really careful when you come down here. You know, we got this area here, but we do kind of want to get that. That would look really good. Painted matte. But now it's really hard sometimes to come in the back. You got to be really careful with what you're doing. Where is that? That's part of it. That's part of it. Oof, it's so tiny. Yep, that looks good though. I think I kept most of the black off the hoses. Pretty good. And if you want to dial it in real sexy. Oh, thank you so much, Blade Mark. Get some of that black on a liner. Even though we did that with green, oh man, that black looks good. You take that little bit of that, and you can get some of these little places like this, making it pop. Sweetness. Yeah, now you know, I'd put dark green in there, but wait till you see what it looks like when we put this midnight. Hold on, nightshade. Yeah. See how it brings out all the like little dimensions in them? And you can go right back over that too with like, you can come right back in and you can pick up the green. And put it right back in there. Because the green is a glaze. Oh yeah. Being a glaze, you get a different effect from it. So it takes the black back, it glazes over the yellow, creates a lighter area, and then it takes the black back. But look at that. Sweet. Right. We are almost there. Now that glaze that we were just using, that's the glaze that I used over to create that kind of grim dark effect that we have. First, let's grab our scrubby little paintbrush here, and this I made some black metallic with the Nightshade by Reaper. Hold on. It is called Nightshade Purple. And I mixed it with the my homemade recipe of lead belcher. That's what it is. But wait for that. That's going to be delicious. Okay, ready? Oh yeah, baby. That's pointy. I try to angle the brush when I'm going along an edge so that I don't drag, so the bristles don't split on you and drag into the recess. So when I'm along an edge, I'll kind of angle my brush away from the edge. So that combination of colors created a pearlescent, because that paint is not shiny. That paint is kind of matte. By mixing it with the metallic, we got almost a pearl black. Now watch how this makes the gun pop. Now you gotta be really careful getting in here. We don't want to drag it into his coils. Right. I use the side of the brush, little areas like this where I just don't even want to get into those coils. I'm just gonna let it glow on the two sides of that and leave that alone, because boy, I tell you what, that's gonna end up a catastrophe. What were you painting, Phoenix? I do hope you're going to put it in the love gallery. so that I can appreciate it on Friday. Coming in here. Now that handle, we can go back and probably do that handle, the flat black, you guys. It doesn't have to be the metallic black, the one that's in his hand. Now we're going to come in here and we're going to use the side of the brush, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to paint on what you've already painted. So I kind of angle the brush again. Using the side to get the sides. Being very careful not to drag it. Some areas you're going to need a liner for because they lay low. So when you're coming in, like right in here, see, and I just got it on the hose. Now, if that happens, get a dollop of paint. And just lay that little drop of paint right over where you don't want it to be. Because it's kind of in the back anyway, so you're safe. I hope my hood's not in your way, that you guys can see what's going on. Sometimes I get so close with these googly eyes. I'm like right up in his arse and everything. Okay, now let's see if we got it all. Oh yeah, it's really, really nice. Now you can kind of see where the balance is, and maybe to create, even though I painted these, maybe to balance it out, we might need to add a little black to the front. So my choices would be underneath. Right, and maybe get these. Because that'll really help with the front, tying it in. And instead of painting the entire front of this, because I like the glow, maybe just doing the very edge. So the black kind of comes around a little bit to create, and there's a little dent right here you can totally work with. So it kind of brings the black around a little bit, giving you, there's a dent, a little peak of the black, but not just painting the whole front end black, because, you know, we work to develop this kind of nice glow. So you can do that same thing on the underneath part, just kind of come around a little bit. So like edge highlighting, but you're edge painting. All right. Now, boom. See how that gun stands out? All right, now we're going to get into that ink that we were discussing. That would be the intensity ink. And over the metallic that we've put on this guy, and we're glazing, you're going to glaze some of this ink in here. Now, one thing that would really, for surely make him pop would be if I decided to add purple into the shadows, but the object here is to get just above tabletop quality. And I'm working on that kind of grim dark feel. It ended up being what we settled with. Sometimes you have to come back for some of your highlights. And if you do, that's totally cool. Back for that ink. Adding a little bit of it to some of the areas that are on his back will just intensify the pop. There we go. There we go. Okay, we do have to get the handle that he's holding has to be painted in the matte black. Too much water. Hold on. You got to kind of work around it, guys. Sometimes that angle is not going to be your favorite, where you got to get that brush in. And so I always tell everybody, position that mini for the brush. Don't try to position the brush for the mini. Generally speaking, you're going to have a lot better luck if you put the mini in the position that you need to get the brush where you need it to go. Ooh, that's a hard one right there. Damn. Oh. Okay. Now, that little hand in there, I'm going to get some of this nice wash that we made, but it's a little bit thicker, and I'm going to get some back in here on his hands that are holding onto the guns. Oh, that's good. Okay. Now, we need a little bit of that lead belcher on an ugly brush. Mind you, that's the homemade recipe. Okay, so and I need to like at his little fingers. It's like a little bit of a highlight, and we'll glaze those in a minute. Even if you thin this and use it over the colors you've put on here, it's still going to work out great because of the fact that you thin it. When you thin it and you're going over the green, it's still green armor. Bam.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for that follow, Bob. Boom. Guy. Other guy. Ha! Forgot something. Hold tight. Very, very important. Very, very important. Okay. Well, let's see. That's gray. We don't want gray. Where did you go? I know you're sitting here on my desk somewhere because I done used you. There you are. Ah, sponsored by Creature Caster, Bob. I should say, yes, it definitely is. Going for that emblem. Okay. When I get in here to do this, I kind of flatten my brush out. Painting this son of a gun is a pain in the arse, okay? So, by flattening my brush, I can get a really nice, crisp, there we go, emblem. Oh, check them out. Now, if I wanted to, okay, but I'm not because I think I'm actually going to finish both of these. Oh, it's 7:30. Well, it's going to go a tiny, tiny bit long, so I can just wrap the rest of this up for everybody so they can see. We got to do the, yep, wow. Okay, so this far, you guys that come back. So we made it this far. I got to do the black on this gun, the dark green, and varnish them both. But damn, I mean, close, right? Okay, I also have to glue his gun in. That is a truth. All right. Because I kind of wanted to be able to get the what's it glued in here. I thought that would be really cool. And I got how far does that go? Oh, the end of his gun is missing. Oh, well, I guess I have to find that too. I did salvage these from parts, so. In my defense. Talking with my mouth full of brushes. This gun. Yes. Yes, it most certainly is. It has improved my posture and my back pain greatly. We are actually working on getting them manufactured. We've been reaching out to some different companies. For the last couple that I received, I really didn't like them. This one is very old. I've had it for a while, like a real while. So usually it's pulled a little bit closer. I'm a little off this evening, but the doctors told me that if I continued doing whatever it was that I was doing, that I wasn't going to be doing it because it was so. I have a spinal condition. I'm actually going in to get a procedure done tomorrow. Nothing major, not surgery or anything. It's a procedure that they hope will help with the pain. But they told me that, you know, I have to take really, really, really good care of my spine, because if I don't, then it makes the problem worse. And they said, so I took up painting, and then we opened a business around it and everything, and then I was told this. And when I tried to figure out what it was, it turned out I actually still have something that's really working against it, which is the position of where my mouse is, but we're building a new studio area. And so basically, I kept hunching into the miniatures and the place where the top of the spine is degraded. I've had some pretty critical accidents and a terribly, terribly abusive relationship in my past. Just want to make sure I make that clear. And basically it kind of bust up the vertebrae. So what this has done for me is this has put me back on. Mini used to swim all over the screen and people were constantly yelling, get back on target, back on target. And I haven't had them yell that. I haven't had that go off in the stream for the purpose of weaving off the camera since I got this. And then some other folks were interested, started reaching out to me, and so we decided to get one developed. Because I think there's a few things that could be improved upon to make it an even better product than it is. One is that this one is so old. Two is that this one has no flexibility. And three is that it needs to come in sizes. Because this size would not be adequate for someone geek's size. Yes, I believe a lot of people really do, Nebula, like really. We just had to put the project on the back burner because of some things. Geek's job was getting a little bit overwhelming, and we kind of had to pull some irons from the fire, as you guys all know. One of the things that we're focusing on is the brushes. Oh, please don't paint on his face. Please don't paint on his face. All right, let's see what we got. Did I get it on your face? Yeah, a little bit on your chin. Okay, almost, you guys. Almost on time. Hold on. Making the choices where you want that black is ultimately to help make him stand out better. So as you're making those choices, I did not make the highlights on this gun. Yes, I heard about that. They offered it. I denied it. Bob, I couldn't. I denied that. I was very, very worried about that, but they did offer it to me, and they told me that there's actually this procedure where they slice the wings off the vertebrae. But I'm trying some things that are not quite as evasive first and see where they get me. So right now I'm using the metallic to build a little bit of a highlight on his hand, because we all know how I feel about that. We've got to have some hand highlights. We got to have the fingers showing. And then I'll come back in here and glaze that a little bit. Right. Yeah, when we get this done, what I'm doing here tomorrow, hopefully things for me will be way better, and I mean, right now I can't even take pain medication that is, it'll just like knock me out. And that just sucks. I don't want to live life like that, because I did before, and it was just really not good. Okay. And we got to get a little bit of this yellow. And we got to paint the inside up here. And then we got to get a little bit of that white, if you remember how we did those quails, and we're going to drop a little bit of white in there to kind of disturb. There we go. And just, you know, a couple drops of it, and usually it just kind of feeds itself around the gun there. One of the other things you can do is you can make the yellow really clear. One of the things that looks really good is to come in and paint these quails and over all the green. Look at this. You see it right there? Hold on, let me get focused in for you guys a little bit better. There you go. So if you just take a thin layer of yellow and you come in here and you just kind of go over everything, like over the green and over the yellow and everything, you can still come back in with your little bit of white. But what you get is just a little bit more lemony color to everything, and it just really helps make everything pop. That lemon does. There. And then usually once the hoses are dry, I'll go get in the white and just kind of get that one spot right in the middle with the white, because now it's all dry so it won't leak anywhere. And I'll do a little bit of that bump, 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 bump along it. Ah, good job, Nebula. Good job. I've got to start doing that in the morning. You go do. You go do you. There we go. Go back over those areas that you did the metallic with a little bit of green, just to make those. All right, and now we just need to do the rib cage on this guy. And we are almost there, you guys. Like, seriously, I can't even believe it. All that. I will pull out the tube. If you remember correctly. Iffy, did you just show up? Did you just find me streaming and just show up, sweetie? We are changing the hours of our Tuesday stream. If you were not here, Iffy, we are going to be doing 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 2 p.m. just on Tuesday. Just to let you know, we're gonna, so that the people in the UK have a little bit better time getting a hold of me. Oh, you do? If I'm streaming earlier, are you gonna get to catch it? That would sure be cool. Yeah, it's gonna give me Tuesday evenings. I don't have right now. The only evening I have is Saturday. And I'm always working on the house on Saturday, so it's not really like Geek and I have an evening off where, you know, on Tuesday he works, so it's not like we have anything planned to work on the house or anything like that, but we usually man the stream. But I got to thinking about it, and a lot of the UK people were reaching out and asking if I would consider a morning stream. And I got to thinking about it, and I thought, well, damn, that's the best of both worlds right there. We can give a little love to the UK, and at the same time, be able to have an evening for us. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Varnish. Let's talk about the varnish on the hoses really quick for those who come back. I didn't think I was going to get this done. Oh my gosh, it's 7:45. 15 minutes over and I'm on to the varnish. Okay, I'm just saying. It's like 15 minutes, but I made it to the varnish. Now, here's what I want you to know about the varnish. When you go to varnish, right? Let's take a look at this guy up next to his partner. Here, buddy Ro. How are we looking? Oh, shoots. Hold on, guys. I'll put this in the metallic. And I'm going to flatten the brush out. Right? Like we talked about. I'm also going to take off the extra. This brush is too wet. When you're doing metallics, you don't want a wet brush. Oh, Earl Dunk. Hello, dear. How are you? Is today your birthday? Ew, I just got paint all over mine. Okay, I flatten it out, make sure I don't have too much on it, right? And then I pat the emblem. Now, I didn't have to hassle with trying to paint that. Oh, that's a ways away. That's a ways away. Okay, that's a ways away. I thought it was like here really soon. I mean, really, like, right away. All right. So, the other thing we have to do that I didn't get done was we have to take this, that dark green ink, and we have to do the edges of the inside here. Everything has to have that done around the edges. Okay. There it is. All right, now let's go to those hoses. Let's see. Tuesdays are your early day. Oh, you was still okay. So Tuesday's just a bad day for you. All right. Now, here's the thing. High gloss varnish. First of all, let me make sure I got the right one. I did. So several areas. First of all, you're going to want no fibers. No fibers on your brush. So if you have fibers on your brush, take it off. All right. High gloss varnish, and you're going to want to do the eyes. Okay. We're going to want his shiny blade. If we were making one of these painted tubes, like this one, we would want to hit the painted tube. Okay. I'm going to wick the excess out of his eyes. You don't want to leave the excess in there because you don't want any discoloration. For the most part, Liquitex doesn't do that, but just in case. Then we're going to get inside of every one of his ribs. This is also a way to create contrast. So you can use your varnish to create different types of contrast. I put a little extra in the ribs so they are shiny. One of the things that we didn't do was come back over his hoses with green to give them a little bit better feel. There we go. Oh, Earl Dunk. Mate, you just get better looking the more the years go by. I've known you for 2 years. And you look better now than you did 2 years ago. So you shouldn't stress it. Now you're going to want to get the coils on this. And I do put a little extra on the coils. Okay. All nice and varnished. Every bit. There, beautiful. Okay, now while you're back here, get the back of this hose. Okay, when you bring it down, you're going to get the front of the hose. Now, hoses and eyes. 3 coats. And I don't skimp. Like, I mean, I put a nice layer of this on these hoses. I like to add volume to the hose with the clear. Okay? And you're going to notice if we put this guy, say, up next to a guy that I don't have. Do I? Nope. I don't have a guy that has a hose without it on. Hi, Valthera. How are you doing? How are things? I thought something was wrong. I noticed you missing from the Patreon. Is everything okay? Are you good? You can add a little white speck if you really want to get like super whamadine sexy with these guys. You can add a little white speck to the front of the rib cage. But honestly, just like this, look at the glow we got. Now, one of the other things you can do too is you got to be so careful. You can float dark ink around the edge of that yellow and it will be a really cool effect. But if you mess up, then you ruin your glow. Oh no, Valfera, I am so sorry to hear that. I hope it's nothing serious. I'm actually going in for a procedure on my back tomorrow. Not surgery. They're doing some high-tech injecting. Not injecting, I'm sorry. They're going in with a long needle and some electricity, and they are going to be burning with a piece of wire that they inject into your back and then attach it to a heater and a laser, and they zap the nerves. All right, here's our second layer. Don't drag, pat. Pat, pat, pat. You don't want to drag it unless you've let it sit for a long time to dry. Another little layer on his eyeballs, making sure that I wick out the extra. Okay. Now you can probably see him up next to this one. There we go. Let's take a peek at these brothers. See? Wait, let's get the focus right. Wait a minute. Hold on. That could be my glasses. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Sometimes it's in focus. And there we go. But do you see the hoses? Look how that hose, how it kind of keeps the liquid in the hose now. And the ribs. And I will use a satin with a little more matte in it on his armor to bring the shine up on it. Hi, John. Oh, John, we're changing the time on Tuesday's stream. We will be streaming from 10 a.m. This is the last evening stream of a Tuesday. From now on, it'll be 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., 3 p.m. if I'm feeling frisky. Eastern Standard, mate. Eastern Standard Time.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you for that follow. Jimbo, hey! How you doing, mate? We are seriously done. We are just like putting the last little touches of varnish on these guys. I was showing everybody how you really had to get serious with the varnish to get those hoses looking right. The same thing here. We're going to come in here and we're going to load up the area of the coils with a nice super high gloss varnish. Got to get it all the way around. So you got to kind of come in from the back. Be careful not to varnish him if you do. Uh-oh. I see a place. Hang on. I see a place that needs a line of black. Oh, excellent. So you can join me. John, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, there's a lot of people from the UK asking about maybe doing a little bit of streaming earlier in the day because they always miss the streams and they've been with me for a couple years and some people's lives have changed and whatnot. And actually, I really, really need an evening off. So for me to stream Tuesday morning would give me Tuesday evening off, and that would be awesome. As it is right now, the only evening I could have off is Saturday, but we always work on the house on Saturday because we're trying to get the studio up and running. So it doesn't really end up being much of a day off if you're working all day, you know? Even if it's for yourself, it's still work. You want to get these guys nice and covered with that gloss too. Because boy, oh boy, it makes a difference in your glow. The varnish really helps with the glow, I find. There we go. I gotta get, you want to try not to get the varnish stuck between the two. I even do the fronts here, the little guys. All right, looks like I got everything. I usually kind of go back in for a little extra in the ribs. Couple times on the eyes, guys. Couple times on the eyes. I like to make those eyes nice and glowy. It's so nice to have you back, John. It really is. And thank you so much for joining us in the Patreon. You are going to love the late night. Ooh, cut the heads off and glue the upper half of the... Wow. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. Yeah, I like that idea. Oh, wow. I need pictures of that in the Love Gallery. Make sure those get into the Love Gallery. Okay. So, you guys, we've got 2 on... And also, the little area around the face. I kind of add a little bit of varnish to that to get that glow kind of eerie looking. Now, I would take the... so, I have the matte medium. And what I... there, that's plenty. Oh, I hate those lids. So, I would take the matte medium, right? And a little bit of the gloss. And I make a satin from those two. So, it just takes... That's really high gloss. The high gloss by Liquitex, super high gloss. So, it's like 1/3 to 2/3 or 25% to 75%. And then I don't let too much of this fall into too many recesses. I kind of like the shadows to be matte. So I'll kind of generally, well, except for the dents, you know, when you're going over this, I kind of pick different areas out on him. This is above tabletop. This is totally and absolutely not display quality. Otherwise, there would be a different approach to this. Areas that are not going to be touched in the game by fingers, I don't worry too much about. You know, in between the joints, that sort of a thing. You know, or an area that maybe I'm not too. I did actually forget a hose on his leg, but I'm not going there. We're aiming for that above tabletop look without overdoing ourselves. As it is, I've already gone over by 15-20 minutes. And so usually when they pick them up, right, you know, if you game, you get it. You'll know exactly where those points are. Usually a guy is not going to, or a lady is not going to pick up their miniature by an area that they know will break. So if you're picking this up like this, where you're squeezing the arms, you might break it. So usually they're going to try to pick it up in an area where they're not going to get breakage. So those areas I come in and I add extra reinforcement to. And just in case they get a little crazy, I'll even put a little bit of that in some of the areas that are no-no zones. And that way I don't have to worry about the paint peeling. Every now and then they'll reach in from the top. Think about that, right? And they grab them right by the shoulders. So I put a little extra varnish for protection, because once the varnish sets up, it protects the guys. And this way I've got a little extra varnish so we don't get too much chipping paint. Also, I try to get some good area of coverage in case he falls on the floor. We don't want paint chipping, so generally it's not going to chip up inside of a crack. And then take the matte varnish and then hit the gun. Yes, I used semi-transparent paint and ink, both, John Kuda, and a white back glow. So they look like this before we start. But if you watch this VOD from the beginning, I actually got these guys done in this sitting, my friend. So this VOD will show you how that glow is done. Believe it or not, 2 of them, not just 1, but 2. What the hell? Geek's over here killing himself. Yeah, that's unusual for me to get miniatures done, but I actually got 2 of them done. All right. So we've used the matte and protected the gun. And I used the varnish to protect the glowy areas. Oh, well, they started like this, so I can do like 20 or 40 in 30 minutes like this, right? And then, so the stream started at 3, and at 7:45, I had everything but the varnish done. It was Pascal Ruse and Ado that came in one day and helped me know when to let go kind of a thing for tabletop painting, because now we don't do tabletop, none of us do. So I was trying to find about like where is that fine line with above tabletop where we can let go and it looks, you know, good. And they helped me work it out. So I started where it took me for one. Well, when I first started, it was 6 hours, one Necron. Okay. So then I got the batch painting down, and then doing these details was 3.5 hours. I shaved it to 2 hours. And after talking to Pascal and Ado, I shaved it to 1.5 hours for one while I was streaming, which leads me to believe I can actually do one in an hour. Or less. If I line them all up like this. So I went to the hardware store and I bought kind of some, they're not dowels, they're squares, so they can't be a dowel. And I bought them, and I'm going to line these guys all up on them, and then I'm going to see like how much when I'm doing the assembly portion. That actually is supposed to be green, because we're going to put a bar on it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And Geek, you know, he, at the rate that I'm going, it's like he's never going to get to play with them. And they have this thing coming up called the Autumn Assault, which is in August. And I really kind of wanted Geek to join that. And so I had to figure out what I was going to do. And I was trying to figure it out on my own. But until Pascal and Ado dropped in, I didn't have the final pieces of information. I'm actually going to do a video on it. And Pascal has told me that before I do the video that I can contact him and we will talk. And then that way, he said, I will get a really good video. So he's going to help me out to get a good video cut from it, you know, subject-wise. All right. Seriously, though, it's 8 o'clock. Geek is even still doing his thing with the printer, so technically I'm on course, you guys. Like, really. No kidding.
Huh?
I'm on course. Like, I'm just on. Mm-hmm. That's not who I'm painting. I never did put the green. Ooh, that's nice. Sexy. That's this guy's gonna have to have his tube, of course, attached tomorrow. But see, I even moved the glow light like up his legs. Okay, let's focus in a little bit better here. Let's pull the glasses in. Let's take the glasses off. Can you find me a port to pull into, Geek?
What?
Can you find me a port to pull into?
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? Yeah. That whole... Yeah, freaky's a good word. Yeah, I like it. They kind of have a grim dark effect to them, someone told me. So,
We got Moonriser, Necrons, Two Dorks, Thick Mike.
I don't think I've ever rated Thick Mike. Oh yeah, they will be really, really cool. Thank you very much. Oh, well, hello there, per pixel. Did I get it? Did I get it? Thank you. So this is where we started and what we wanted it to come out like. I decided I didn't really like the emblem the same color as the glowing in the chest. So I changed the emblems up to silver. Do you guys think that looks a little bit better? I kind of like it's a little bit mechanical looking. So I was feeling it a little bit more. Also, if you notice on these, I did the gun green, right? This portion of the gun right there. And then on these, I went for black. Let's take a look at the one that's more like it. This one. So I went for black around the glow right here, around the hoses and everything, instead of the green. I kind of like it. I feel like it separates more of, you know, the gun a little bit more. I also did a little bit of crazy glowing right up on the top of the thighs to get a little bit more visual. When the gun comes down, he looks a little bit more three-dimensional. See that? See how this one, it just kind of falls back into a really big shadow. But this one, you got that whole three-dimensional freaky hips going on. Yeah, that's what I thought too, per pixel. That's what I thought too. I kind of like it that way. It separates it a little bit more. It's just one little thing that doesn't take you any extra time, but you can do to kind of make it, yeah. And I didn't add, notice the amount of green that's like on his arms on this one. And I backed off on the green a little bit to center it more in the body. Pulled it back a little bit. Also, by the time I add the green tube on this guy, let me grab a tube really quick. By the time I add its green tube, and I completely forgot about the fronts of the guns that they have a front on. By the time that I add his green tube, I felt like when we add the green tube, it would be nice to have a little bit more of the gun black. You know, it really separates it, I think. So I think I'm getting it. I think I'm getting it. It's like I feel pretty darn good about it. So we are going to go raid Thick Mike. Is Thick Mike painting minis?
Oh. Is that art? He's painting. I got it for a commercial.
Ah. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased. That's 2 in one stream, but I did have to you know, do the whole thing with the
Looks like he's painting back.
Ooh, Battletech. We got somebody out there painting Battletech, you guys. Yum. All right. So, next. Hi, Simini. Yes, I am. It's 8 o'clock and it's been a long one, but don't you and I have tomorrow? We were talking about that. Was you napping? Did you get a good nap? Yes, noob. We are headed out to see Thick Mike. And what I want you guys to know is that, so today is Tuesday. Our next stream is going to be date night Friday. Get a little freaky in here. And keep your eyes open for me on the Instagram. Okay, because I do the Instagram live during the week with little blips, but we have definitely made it like it's really working. And I feel like they're getting better. Like I'm honing in. It's getting better each time. Each time that I do one is like they're smoother. You can see how much smoother the chest. Look how much smoother. Like this guy's chest and this guy's chest. Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm dialing in their look. Makes me want to go back and... Oh, John Kuda, right? Okay. So, yeah, Friday date night. We will be here. Between now and then, practice self-care. Remember, if you do not care for yourself, guys, you cannot care for anyone else. Okay? We are going to go raid Thick Mike and give him all kinds of awkward love in his channel. I'm taking Wednesday and Thursday, you guys. I won't be here. I will see you on Friday, hopefully. And let's see, between now and then, you want to grab some paint, some brushes, some minis, and get your fucking paint on. Let's go see Thick Mike. I will Discord you, Simini.